boy.
Oh boy! Welcome everybody to Arc 3 of the Creations of Gildmoor. I'm so excited to be back with you guys. This is gonna be really fun. And I have a bit of a recap for you because a lot happened. But we'll just jump right in. It's been a minute. But it's been a really long couple of arcs. And as you guys have been, the deadly sins have gotten together due to a murder mystery in Ashedonia that they were possibly accused for. They've since cleared their names, but while exploring the vast and dangerous continent of Gildmoor, your band of unlikely companions, which are now a forged unit of trust and tragedy, have moved beyond your initial bonds as being suspects of this crime. From courtrooms to battlefields, from the skies above, the stakes have only grown higher. But what actually happened? How have you guys gotten here? Well, first you were drawn together by a shocking assassination of two Ashedonian nobles at the Grand Masquerade, announcing the arrival of two new Covingtons. What started as what was supposed to be a night of revelry turned into an investigation of strange alchemical poison containing traces of nithine, a material known to power skyships and have innate magical properties, but now somehow altered into something far deadlier. A substance capable of sapping magic itself from arcane wielders, and when combined with poison, becoming a lethal concoction that killed the two Duke and Duchess of Ashedonia. This discovery sent ripples of dread through the continent, hinting at a plot much darker than anyone could have imagined. And at the head of this was the seven of you. Through investigations, battles, tense allegiances, your undercover threads of the plot through tracking of black market trading, slaying a Wendigo that ravaged into a small town, to uncovering laboratories experimenting on nithine to create its dangerous counterpart antinithine. Along the way, you've gained allies, like the eccentric yet very frustrating Artificer Sketch, who revealed that the antinithine is not just a weapon, but a possible harbinger to the end of Gildmoor's magical age of innovation. Your pursuit of the assassin responsible for the poison eventually led you to Westover, the floating metropolis where the web of intrigue kind of only expanded from there. But on your way, you boarded the Ruby Valkyrie, encountered figures like Najon the Molten Queen, a terrifying red dragon that was later subdued through clever negotiation with Nev's camera, and Clothy, a dangerous stowaway and follower of a hollowed god, only tended to complicate your matters. But when you arrived at the Cloudcrest Observatory in hopes for answers, you instead arrived to a slaughter that Mirabelle recognized. There's a dangerous organization called the Allery Syndicate who seems to have their hands in the search for this antinithine. And you caught yourselves in a battle of shadowy allegiances as the Syndicate, the Hallowed Pantheon's servants, and a mysterious entity known as the Mad One seemed to also have a hand in this ploy. You headed to a fortress and uncovered a shocking twist. One of these Hallowed Pantheon soldiers, the Hilt, responsible for a series of murders across Gildmoor, was actually an undercover agent, a heir to House Moncroy, and one of the fellow nobles of the regions that two of your own companions, Lady Bridget and Lady Ginny from Aston, Tyrosa, that's Ginny's last name, from Tyrosa, were responsible for taking on this position. She gave you an inside scoop, an ability to head through on the challenges ahead and take these revelations in the fortress as a beginning of more chaos to come. You found yourselves in this theater-like space, tangling with mercenaries and other gods and strange figures that seemed to be connected with Aurora's mysterious past, and also located the assassin you had been tracking, Ayla, I keep saying that name wrong, Ayla, who seemed to be using the poison as a way to get an advantage as a member of the Brass Wrench, the same organization that Sketch is a part of, and was trying to convince Nev to join. But before you could do anything about it, really, something went horribly wrong. The Riznadon, which seemed to be an organization from above working with the Allery Syndicate and these Hallowed Pantheon of Gods followers, engaged you in combat, but was unable to stop the portal that Ayla was trying to open from rupturing around you. You were all shunted to different spaces in time. You lost some of your companions, including Sketch, and ended up on the other side of Ospedon. Struggling to piece together what had happened, you pushed forward, arrived in a small hamlet known as Northborough, where a town here was plagued by unnatural storms, and secrets that ran deeper than expected. Cecilia and Aurora, you were captured by an agent of the Drip, an underground criminal network led by the Spider Dame, who Viz has been after, just to get reports on to return to his boss. And you learned more of the conflict going on here in this proxy war between the Conclave and the Drip, as the Tome of Gold struggles to regain control of the eastern side of Ospedon. Meanwhile, the rest of you, while they were kidnapped and captured, uncovered hints of further ties between them and the larger Antinethine plot. With these troubles in Northborough kind of temporarily resolved as you guys tried to figure out how to get back to the main conflict, which was, of course, figuring out what was going on with this Antinethine, you headed outwards of Northborough and met a wizard dude named Matteo, a surfer guy with knowledge of the astral plane and also the sea below, where you also began to slowly uncover your truth, like Aurora's truth as a previous astral warrior and a prophecy kind of tied to her kind. When the Gith return to this plane, the world will end. However, this reprieve was short-lived. You had more to do, more to carry on with, and Matteo gave you a task. Go fix a well, save the people that it was plagued, and in return, he would shunt you back to the other half of the world where you needed to move. On this way to get to this town, Clanshire, you encountered an obelisk that revealed more about all of your past identities, with Rhett's connection with the being Bounty in his gun, and Aurora with her amnesia and her past, and Mirabelle with the uncovering of the Allery Syndicate and what happened in her previous lifetime. You had more questions than answers as you continued along. But when you arrived at Clanshire, you found that this was once again a town that had been ravaged by a proxy war between the Drip and the Conclave. There were a pair of Drider admirals underneath the city, Zelxus and Frisnir, otherwise known as the Spider Wives. And after heading down into there with help from some of the members you had made in the town, including Alex Ramirez, who was a young soldier, you were able to kill one of them, thanks to a series of impressive, brutal combat and reversing the idea of rocks while everyone dies on me, the DM, which was not expecting. But regardless, the Spider Queen, the Spider Wife who got away swore revenge for fleeing. Around this time, you had met another companion who had joined your group, Glorb, a Furbolg druid, and she had, interestingly enough, noticed that there was a crown left behind by one of the Spider Wives in their collection. After humming and hawing over it for a little while, your companion took the crown for herself, put it on her head, and seemingly connected with the powers that the Spider Queen had infused in it. Their face permanently disfigured and losing something that may never come back, though undeniably more powerful than they were before. Hailed as heroes, given a grand party and a mural outside of Clanshire for everything that you had done to save it and bring the water back to the well, you all left Clanshire, knowing that the job had been done and your next part of your mission becoming furtherly accessible with the help from Matteo. You headed back through the desert, but before you could fully complete your mission, Rhett, you had a moment where, tired of games, you decided to connect with your gun. You had always known Bounty to be a dodgy and questionable figure at most times, but the surprising part of your connection was rather what he revealed himself to be. Bounty was not merely just a being in your gun. He was more than that. With a dark past of his own, this god revealed himself to be the Nihilist, the Lord of Darkness and Loss, and also very interested in making sure that the Mad One did not return, and knew that you had some role to play in it as well. In order to achieve a higher power from Bounty, to earn his trust in a way that you hadn't already, he brought your companions together through a series of Saint Day celebrations, a strange practice that he inferred to be necessary for you all to move on together, bounded as one. Each of you had to go into his domain and be forced to relive your greatest losses. One by one, all of your secrets spilled forth. Aurora's lost family and daughter, Mirabelle's death and resurrection, Viz's guilt over his lost companion Anno, Nev's horrific past with her experimentation and the things that she saw, Glorab's forced exile, Cecilia's grief over her mother's death, and finally, Rhett's violent past tied to his family and the Mad Prophet that resulted in a shootout between him and his brother. This trial, though, solidified Rhett's connection, the grim path you had moving forward, and though it left you all fractured and uneasy, you decided that this was time to move forward. You needed to get to the mission, finish what you had started, and put all of these dark demons to rest once and for all. You discussed your options on where you were going to go next and what you were going to do. You could return to Ashedonia and seek out a mage who may know more about Antinathene. You could go look for Sketch in Silverborn, where she was trying to get together their own type of allyship with other folks out there. Or you could escort Ginny and Bridget to Sarnia, in the hopes of finding a lost library that Bridget has a particular interest in that might contain the information you need on Antinathene to make a cohesive decision on how to solve the problem on A, what it does, and B, how to prevent it from destroying the continent as you know it. So, making this decision to try this library and see if it worked out, the Deadly Sins returned to Westover. There, you found your two friends, in questionable quotations, allies, if you will, with plans of their own. Well, one of them with plans of their own. The other one slightly exasperated by the plans of the one. Ginny, who had always been a paladin for love and towards the Grecosian goddess Aphrodite, had started a group, well, a temple, and created a martyr out of herself, faking her own death and allowing you all to flee Westover and leave it in charge of a new church with a new priest. Her reasons for doing so are kind of questionable at best and crazy at worst, but after narrowing, avoiding any further entanglements in this Templar district, you escape through the sewers on horse and carriage, prepared for your next destination, Sarnia, and are bonded by shared grief and purpose. You march forward with heavy hearts, renewed determination, and the Antinathene threat looms larger than ever. Gildmoor's fate may rest in unraveling the tangled web of the Alaric Syndicate, the Hollow Gods cult, the Mad One's plans, and whoever this Riznadon group of Githyanki are. But as the pieces of the past come into focus, so does the actual enemies you all face, and the cost of the choices you will soon have to make to get this job done. So, all that being said, it's a beautiful day in the desert. The floating city of Westover is behind you. You can still turn your head and look and see it in the distance, a figure of wealth and magical prowess that hasn't been seen anywhere else on the continent of Azaria but here. Gildmoor is truly a magical sight to behold. And it's up to you to make sure it stays that way. It's hot. You can feel the sun kind of scorching the back of your necks. The carriage is vaguely covered, but not enough to keep the desert heat from searing and drying out your skin. You all sit kind of clustered together, two horses clomping onwards through the sands, a path vague and kind of undefinable, but enough to get you in the direction you're going. And as you all head through on horse and carriage, I have to ask Deadly Sins, on this fine desert morning, what is it that you're all doing?
Who the fuck's going first?
Yeah. Oh, looking like, I'll wait.
I'm drinking. I don't know.
Drinking?
Just a little sip here and there.
Just take it. You're drinking in a desert.
Just a little sip here and there.
Make
That's
a
bad.
Make a contact.
Yeah, dog,
for me.
that's bad.
Make a contact.
I
Alcohol's
love
gonna
that
make
my-
you dehydrated.
I love that my first fucking roll of the when we get back.
Oh dear. Did we ever really decide where we're all sitting? Or are we just
18.
kinda like
clustered
18.
in the back.
The more you drink, Nev, the more you're realizing that this is probably a really bad idea, but you're not affected by it yet.
Okay. She's pacing herself.
I'll let
She's yeah.
Yeah. I'll let you guys decide where you're sitting in this carriage. With all of you in it, 9 of you in this carriage, it's kind of a really tight squeeze, especially since Bridget and Ginny have actually like added a cart extender to the back of this carriage, and it has like things in it that they're taking with them. There are things, your guys' things that you had left at the apartment. There's a series of like food and
It's
water
Viz's whole
supplies.
couch.
Yeah, it's just Viz's couch. It's like food and water and things that you're gonna need traveling through a desert. You get the sense that Ginny definitely didn't pack this, Bridget did.
And I just realized Aurora and Glorb are the biggest of the group, so we're probably like taking a good chunk of the space already.
No, we got 2 tinies. It's okay.
You got 2 tinies, though, true.
There is room. I will say that for the sake of how you guys quickly fled town, you haven't gone out of the city that far yet. It's only been like maybe an hour or 2 of traveling on the dirt road. So for the sake of brevity, we'll say that because it was Ginny and Bridget's carts, they're the 2 sitting at the front of the carriage right now, because they knew where the cart was, and the horses that were attached to it. So they're at the front. They're kind of like manning it, but you guys can switch at any point. You have the reins here, quite literally, if you want to take them. And just to like paint a little bit of a picture of like what they've been doing in the last hour and a half, Ginny has the reins and she's yapping aimlessly, like the kind of yapping where you're like, it's not directed at anybody, it's more just directed more for her than for anyone else. Bridget, on the other hand, like Ginny's hair is like down and she's in like that chitin thing. She didn't have time to change, so she's still in that like awful chitin thing. She's probably burning to death with her fair skin and her red hair. It's probably a bad combination and all, but she hasn't noticed the issue yet. She's yapping aimlessly, holding the reins. And next to her, Bridget has her hair tied back. She has like, it looks like a silk scarf kind of tied around her shoulders and pulled over her head, being more mindful of the sun. And she is reading, she's reading a newspaper. She's kind of just like flipping through it, and she's kind of just been sitting there, enjoying the paper, ignoring her cousin completely.
What the hell? What's Ginny yapping about?
Make a perception check.
Okay.
Actually, this wouldn't be perception because you can definitely hear her. Let's go with a general intelligence check to see if you can pick up the pieces of the conversation she has not stopped having with her cousin since they got in the cart.
Okay, I rolled when you said perception. Should I roll again, or should I just keep the roll I
just
have?
keep that roll. Just keep that roll. And just
Okay, it's a 16. It's a 16. Plus intelligence 3. So 19.
19. The first hour and a half, for the first like maybe 35 minutes of the conversation, the reason you realized you couldn't really follow it at first was because it wasn't an actual conversation. Ginny was recapping a synopsis of a romance novel that she had been reading.
It was the beginning of the Gildmoor girl, the recap.
She was like fully recapping a romance novel. A really, really like raunchy one too. Like just fully recapping it for her cousin who was probably trying to like not listen. But as the conversation kind of takes a twist, they're talking about the library. Well, Ginny's talking about the library. And she's talking about there's probably going to be wards, there's going to be guards, we're going to need to figure out what we're going to do about it, and there's probably some like big ancient thing that's been tied all together, like this thing has been hidden forever, and she's kind of like going on, and like this is obviously not her tone of voice, this is kind of how she's describing it rather than like physically what she's saying. And at one point you hear her mention, she kind of like leans in and goes like, and who knows, maybe we'll finally find, and Bridget goes shh, 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 and like makes a noise under her teeth, and she stops talking for a couple minutes, and then she picks up re-talking about the conversation about the book.
Alright. That's funny. I feel like if Rhett was listening in then, he probably would be, if he sat, like, and stuff, he would probably be sitting closer to the front then. That way he can be listening more, and it gives more reason why he'd be listening more.
For sure.
I think, yeah, I don't know who's sitting around him, but anyone who's around him, he just got this hood up. Like, and he's
Aurora
just
definitely
back.
would be sitting like either next to him or across from him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you just see this like dark hood over him. You don't remember that his jacket used to have that, but it does now. So he has this like hood over him, and he's just kind of chilling. He's not really kind of like looking off a little bit. He's not really like paying too much attention, like appearance wise.
Wait, sorry.
Other than
Sorry, what?
the-
Are you covering your mic with your hand?
No, I am not.
Oh,
I
okay.
haven't moved.
Whoa, that was weird.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, you're good now. You're good now. It was just like for a second.
Fun.
I was like, oh fuck, what was that? Anyway, you're fine. Keep going.
You kind of went in and
Okay.
out for a moment.
Okay, weird. I haven't changed position. I was just playing with my dice in my one hand while I talk. Okay, is my okay now? It's
Yeah,
still
you're
okay?
good. You're good. Keep going.
Yeah.
All right, but appearance-wise, he kind of looks like he's like just dazed off and like zoned out, but he's just listening to that conversation. But he's just looks like he's kind of out of it though.
Okay.
Aurora's kind of, I'm gonna say she's just sort of. So, is where we're sitting covered or not covered? Like, how much of the cart that we have has cover compared to what's open?
There's like a canopy kind of like drape over it. So sometimes when you guys like turn or like the road takes a wind, it kind of the sunlight will cut over the canopy and then you have direct sunlight on you. And then it'll be like that for like a couple of minutes and then the light will drift back over. So it's kind of like, like a visor in a car when the visor comes down and like sometimes it helps and sometimes it doesn't. It's that.
Okay. Aurora's just kind of right now looking at her surroundings. And it's like ears once in a while just kind of like twitching, just listening for just whatever is out there. And she's not going to try to listen in on the conversation, but she's just going to eventually look at Rhett and go, I'll say that she's just probably sitting across from him. So, Rhett, how are you feeling?
Brett kind of like looks over. I mean, fine, I guess. I mean, we just started this, so who knows where we'll be taken after this.
She nods. That certainly is the question right now, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. How are you doing?
Aurora's kind of quiet for a moment. Well, let's just say I've had my eyes opened, or my eye opened.
I was going to say, you usually catch me on that.
Yes. Well, I'm trying to learn how to be more humorous, but...
Getting there.
Well, thank you. I learned a lot in a very short amount of time. A lot to process.
Mm-hmm. And Rick kind of like, when she mentions like a lot to process and learning a lot, he kind of falls a little bit quiet, like leaning back again. And kind of like, you kind of notice like, he kind of like, when you were asking him questions and talking to him, he was like right back into like, oh, happy, just like chill, relax Rip. But the moment he like falls quiet, you kind of just see a little shift in like the corner of his mouth where it was like a smile, but then it's like a little like quirk downwards as he kind of like leans back and like kind of looks zoned out again.
Are you alright?
Of course. He snaps right back into it.
Insight.
Go ahead and make an insight check. First roll of Arc 3.
Oh boy.
Second
that
roll of
is...
Arc 3. Rhett rolled.
Third roll.
Third
Because
roll.
Nev's roll.
All right. Third roll.
That's an 18.
Your deception's high, right, Rhett?
Oh yeah, but I didn't roll. I rolled a 17,
Oh,
like or in total, like with my modifier.
So, Rhett, are you lying?
There's definitely a lie. He's not really wanting to talk too much about it. You could kind of tell. You kind of can't tell. We kind of can guess based on all of the prior events what he might be thinking about, but you definitely could tell he's not the greatest, but he's just trying to keep up good spirits.
He's not like overly struggling. Like with an insight check, I would just be able to gauge like, are you at a breaking point here, or are you kind of just putting? He's
trying. He's kind of deep in thought. Like he's thinking about a lot of things all at once, so it's very distracting for him. He's very distracted.
Aurora picking this up, she's just gonna kind of look at him for a bit longer and then go back to studying their surroundings, just herself thinking about, the big reveal of, the attack and losing her mate and her daughters being out there somewhere.
Yeah, that's fair. Can I ask, for those of you who are in the cart, does anyone have a perception check of higher than, or a passive perception of higher than 15?
I've got a 16.
You got a 16? Are you sitting next to
passive
Rhett, though?
perception? I'm sitting across from him.
You're sitting across.
So I don't know how close that is.
And Rhett, you're sitting with your back to the front of the carriage where Ginny and Bridget are?
Sure, I'll go with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, it's an important question.
Yeah, no.
Everybody
I didn't really
else-
think of the sitting position, but that makes sense. I like
okay.
that.
You're
It's just
okay.
anywhere close.
My
Go
my
ahead.
passive perception is currently 20
20. Yeah.
Damn.
Okay.
because we got the wisdom boost.
Oh shit! I forgot about that.
That's right. You guys have the wisdom boost. Make sure you've added that to your and also all of your ACs, because you're all sitting within 30 feet of one another right now. Your ACs are up, except
How do I
except
temporarily boost
Cecilia.
that again?
Cecilia does not get any of these bonuses.
Wait, no, I thought that was the bit. Was that I remember? I was specifically because I re-listened to the recording. You specifically said Cecilia gets the wisdom, but doesn't get the rest. Right? That was the bit. I think I remember.
Maybe
She doesn't get the armor. She doesn't get the armor class, and she doesn't get the advantage on deception and insight.
Yes.
But I remember you said you allowed her the wisdom
Okay.
upgrade.
Yes. You're correct. That would be correct. Viz,
How do I temporarily bump this up?
I
Sorry.
would just click the wisdom modifier and then just like change the modifier to like 2 higher than whatever it is.
Yeah, there's like a.
Okay.
I can.
Okay, sorry, I just rolled.
I can message you.
Thank you. Ignore the roll I just did.
Viz.
I just also did a roll.
You're cool. Viz, what is your passive perception?
It's a 14, dog.
14. Okay, you get a +4 to this because
So
it
that's
is-
above a 15, dog.
So this is because this is relevant to you. So which is why I was asking. Okay, everybody, including Viz, with a passive perception of 15 or higher. Viz, I'll explain this from your perspective because you kind of notice it. Every once in a while, in front of her, Bridget is flipping the newspaper. All of you notice, except Viz, all of you notice the date. All of you met at the end of April, sort of like the 17th, 18th of April. You all have been traveling together for almost 2 months. It's been a while. It's been a while. And all of you have been traveling together for about 2 months. And that newspaper is likely from today. And it is dated the 24th of Jura. Viz. As the paper kind of flips back and forth, you see your name on it.
Oh. Viz will scramble.
Scramble forward. What do you do?
He's a, what are you reading?
Just crawl. I like the visual of him just crawling over all of us.
Yeah, it's
Like pushing between Aurora and Rhett. What you reading?
You know what you're reading?
Whoa.
Bridget jumps, and she turns. Oh my god! The newspaper. Oh, the newspaper. Your article made the headline this week.
It did? Which one?
And she kind of like turns. Viz, would you do me a favor
Yeah.
and open this document that I'm dropping in the chat, and would you please read your article out loud?
Ah, shit.
Oh, whoa!
That's-
Wait. That,
Dog,
you made that?
Sick!
Dog.
Holy shit!
That
I'm gonna
looks
be quite honest.
amazing!
I'm gonna stumble over this a lot. I'm just
Oh
warning.
my god, this looks awesome.
Oh, it's fucking tiny still. I'm gonna open this in browser.
You're good. I think I'm actually, just for the sake of doing something cool here, I'm gonna actually drop the, I'm gonna drop
Seriously,
the
how the hell
image.
did you make that? That's amazing.
Thank you. I got a mock-up
Operator.
online.
That's awesome. That's fucking awesome.
This is when my
Pardon me for-
real life job comes
out
in
here.
handy.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at my partner at work across the table and I go, "Is that a newspaper mock-up?" And she goes, "Yeah." I go, "Can you send that to me?"
That looks amazing.
That's amazing.
That is amazing.
Thank
Does
you.
does Viz read this out loud, or
Uh,
you just having me read it out loud?
for the sake of everybody, as you're kind of, well, you've caught everybody's attention now. So if
Okay,
everybody
Viz will
would
read
like
it out
Viz
loud
to
then.
read it out loud, you can. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
heck
just
yeah.
drop it in so you guys can see. Here is the title of the paper. It's just gonna appear in front really quick, just so that everybody gets a glimpse of what's happening. I like slide it up and down in the recording. It's the Golden Herald. There's the.
You know what? You know what? Rhett will like, cause I like the visual like of Viz like half is like outside, like what you reading. So Rhett's like pokes at his side. I want to hear.
It's about us in Clanshire. And then Viz will read, Clanshire rebuilds, the drip pushed out after rain. Written by Viznoda Voidwalker. The situation in Clanshire boiled over when the drip severed the town's water supply, driving locals to desperation. Under orders from the Spiderwives, two vicious driders working for the infamous Spider Dame, the group used the town's well to launch a network of smuggling tunnels aimed at disrupting Aspidon's control in the proxy war against the Underdark. After the Deadly Sins, a band of adventurers who discovered the drip's hideout beneath the well, there they found... Sorry, I read that weird. I'm sorry, that was a period. There they found spider-like creatures acting as enforcers, stolen goods, and carved tunnels supporting the crown queen of... Oh my god. I say this word.
When the
Hey
player and the
Evan,
characters
hey Evan,
don't
I know you
lie.
had a long day at work. Read my paper.
Viz, I think Viz probably wrote that, but he also doesn't know how to say this. So he'll spell it, and I'm going to spell it for real. I already fucked it up. Seranine.
Next to you, Bridget goes, Serenine.
The crown. Thank you. Crown Queen of Serenine's war efforts. In the ensuing battle, one spiderwife tried to collapse the tunnels and the town above using a fully charged necklace of fireballs, but quick thinking by the group's talented young wizard saved everyone. And he looks at Celia and goes, "That's you." Though one of the spiderwives escaped, the destruction of the Drip's operation beneath Clanshire dealt a major blow to their network, cutting off key smuggling routes and aiding the local operators and conclave in securing the town. General Diego Ramirez from the Clanshire operators praised the adventurers. Their bravery saved us all. We'd still be at the mercy of the Drip if it not for them. Sorry, I wasn't breathing. The well has been since sealed, and the guards now patrol the area to prevent future incursions. Seems this band of adventurers is one to keep an eye on going forward.
It's a small clap. Well written.
Yeah, thanks. That was mostly the edit of making it sound good.
No, you're a very talented writer.
I agree.
He has like a faint purple, pale purple on his cheeks. He's like, "Oh, "Jeez, guys, jeez."
I got a little shout out. Cecilia's like, she's kind of blushing, but she's also like, I'm famous now. She's like very happy with herself.
Aurora, like noticing Viz's blush because his face is probably right next to her. She pokes his cheek. Are you all right?
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're all right. Pokes the other side.
it cut out. Cut out, man.
Do you
Don't make my brother explode.
advise your group's actions?
Sorry, what was that?
Do you typically publicize your group's actions?
I mean, we just kind of technically formed, so I mean, this is new for me, but kinda.
Hmm.
I mean, I've been writing for a bit. Hey, hey, you wouldn't have the other ones, would you, that have been published while I've been gone?
Bridget kind of like looks over and goes, "Oh, no, they're all in your apartment, unfortunately.
Oh, thank God. Thank God.
I remember them. It seems you all have been quite busy. This was you as well, wasn't it?" And she kind of like taps the front page. There's actually 2 sections on that front page there. One of those articles is written by Viz. The other one is, you all recognize the photo on the front page, the black and white photo, because it's the Cloud Crest Observatory.
Am I gonna have to read this one too?
Don't worry. I got you. I'm gonna read
We
this
can all
one.
take turns. We can all take turns if we want.
I'm gonna read this one because it is written by Georgie Thundergrip.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to read it like Georgie.
I'm gonna have to read it like J. Jonah Jameson, yeah. Let me give it a go. Murderers revealed! The drip strikes again! This morning, Honorable Detective Bronzebutton has solved the murders at Cloudcrest Observatory, exposing the drip as the culprits behind the heinous crime. The blame falls squarely on terrorist Zeb Hellier, a known operative of the smoke-slinging, spider-mask-wearing gang of saboteurs. While Hellier's whereabouts are currently unknown, Westover can rest easy knowing the chief operator, Arthur Ozona, is on the case. If anyone can hunt down this venomous criminal and drag him to justice, it's the Ozona. In the meantime, Cloudcrest Observatory will remain closed until after the Lovers' Festival for much-needed repairs. Once a proud center of learning, it now bears the scars of the drip's chaos, but Westover won't be cowed by these masked thugs. Stay vigilant, report any suspicious activity, and let the drip know that this city will never bow to fear and destruction. Zeb Hillier, if you're reading this, and we all know you are, run while you can. Your days are numbered.
Can I say a funny?
Yeah.
So, Viz hasn't revealed everybody his changeling stuff yet, but I think because he'll read this one out loud, but I think he'll do like a spot-on perfect impression of Georgie Thundergrip, and no one knows who that is.
Aurora just blinks, looks at Viz, and goes, "Well, that was a different voice."
Yeah, that was my boss.
He sounds intense.
He's crazy, man. He's crazy.
I'm gonna say, I don't know the reference for this, but I guess you did it perfectly. I don't know, I assume.
Oh, you heard him before. It was when we got to Westover, when we were on the Ruby Valkyrie.
Yes! Yes! Oh, that sounded exactly like him.
Yeah, it's that guy.
Exactly like him.
Oh my.
I do have a question.
Yeah.
And maybe this is for Viz, but also maybe for RDM. So the detective solved the murder,
That is what this paper says.
but we stopped the monster.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no mention of the monster that was in the conservatory in this paper article.
There is no mention of the monster. In fact, you all read this paper, you listen to Viz describe it, and you're like caught up in like the euphoria of like, haha, that's a funny impression of your boss, and you're all like crackling at the joke a little bit. And then you realize, Mirabelle, especially, realizes one key piece of information that's being left out of this article, and that is that this attack had nothing to do with the drip. That was the Allery Syndicate who attacked the Cloudcrest Observatory and killed everybody there. And you told Detective Bronzebutton that.
Rhett makes a little like face. Like, ooh.
This is why I don't trust cops.
Aurora's ears flatten.
I knew that detective was shady. I knew he was off.
I mean, with a
That
name
is-
like Bronze Button.
That is concerning. Aurora's gonna look at Mirabelle.
Yeah.
It would not surprise me if he was potentially working under the table with Severine. Or perhaps that is the case with Viz's boss. anything to keep the Allery Syndicate out of the news.
Those are very intense accusations. I'm not
Did-
against them, but
I'm not either, but let's perhaps take this from another route. I don't want to play devil's advocate for the Allery Syndicate, but is there perhaps a chance that rather than protecting the Allery Syndicate, they are just trying to cover what's happening is to not cause panic?
or maybe they just really, really don't like the.
The drip, yeah. Is it less so about
Indeed.
protecting the Allery Syndicate and more so about, furthering this
Bias.
war against the drip?
My boss
Bias.
really hates the drip. I'm gonna be flat out honest with
He
all of you.
wrote
He
it.
hates the drip.
He certainly seems to have a thing against this spider dame.
Yeah, he that is like public enemy number one. You know what I mean? Has Viz ever seen Georgie Thundergrip do something like this, where like he knows that there's like a different like the story was changing a bit to like reflect the drip rather than like what the truth was?
You know that. Okay, so yes and no. You know that Georgie, anytime there's anything about the Spider Dame, he goes a little crazy. He's like, he hates the Spider Dame, and because the Spider Dame is part of the drip, he hates the drip. So you know that like he'll exaggerate stuff, or he'll be like Spider Dame killed 80 people, and like that wasn't the case at all. It was like she like maybe like blew up a warehouse with nobody
Yeah.
in it, kind of thing. Like you know that there are exaggerations made. However, fabricating a story entirely to blame the drip over the Syndicate, Georgie's a bad like guy in the sense of like he hates the Spider Dame. But if it was just a situation of like making it about the drip, he would have made a grotesque claim of like the Allery Syndicate, who are maybe working for the drip. Do you know what I mean? Like it would be like
okay,
he'd
kind of
tie
like
it
that.
back
So
in.
it's like a tangential thing.
Yeah, like you know in the actual Spider-Man series where Jonah Jameson, like there's like a new villain and he's like, this must be Spider-Man's fault.
He's working with Spider-Man.
Yeah, it's like it's one of those situations. So something must have gotten lost in translation here. Either Georgie was told it was the drip period, or something else
okay.
happened.
I think he was told this rather than the truth by Bronze Button. Because he don't like the drip, but he wouldn't make up a whole story about it if he knew the truth. He would like, relate them to him.
The detective either does not like the drip, or is allies with the Syndicate.
Bridget. Sorry, go ahead, Mirabelle.
I was just gonna say, I wouldn't rule out either possibility. I mean, they are both enemies of ours, I presume, at this point, and of the greater whole at this point as well.
Who knows? Maybe it's Sketch's dad. It's Dad, right? This is the dad.
Oh, in the article, yeah. The article said it was Chief Operator Arthur Azona, which you all know.
Yeah.
Sketch's two parents are quite influential. One of them is a member of the Tome of Gold. Her mother is a member of the Tome of Gold, and her father is the Chief Operator, who is responsible for. He's like the general of the police. Which you also know was a position that Sketch's mother had previously had before she became a politician.
Those are actually the noises Nev is making.
Oh yeah, Viz probably.
You chose that. Looks at Nev.
Yeah, I was just thinking. Yeah, because Viz did a background check on Sketch
Yeah, he did.
when Anna was alive,
Mhm.
and he I think he only told Nev about the doctor bit. I don't think he told Nev about the cop bit.
You really hit them. you really hit that, huh?
I
They
think
hit the
honestly,
fucking tower.
I mean honestly, I think Viz probably just like forgot. He's like, "Oh, doctor, you." That was probably more on his mind. I think.
Hey, let's just say
Go
there's a
ahead.
reason Sketch is blue. Sorry.
Jesus Christ.
It all lines up. We start like having like the
She's
whole
literally-
map like
guys,
with the red
guys,
line.
Her back is
All makes
literally
sense.
blue.
We got a whole like red line corkboard except for the red line it's blue.
Oh,
Bridget
think- oh.
just looks over at you, Viz, and goes, I don't know if this helps. The other articles that you published, what were they?
now I gotta open a whole other Google Doc. In the meantime, I think before Bridget like asks that, if there's like a moment of silence where everyone's just kind of taking in everything, I think Viz will casually mention Lovers Festival is coming up. Oh, it's like a week or 2 weeks. How many weeks?
It's next week. There are 20.
It's
there,
next week.
There are 28 days in a month in Azaria, and there are 13 months. So it's the 24th of Jura right now. So it's in 5 days.
Oh, okay.
What is the
I think-
Lovers Festival?
It's some dumb thing. Don't worry about it. Viz says that. He says that audibly.
What do you mean it's a dumb thing?
It's a fun
Yeah, what do you mean?
festival where everyone goes out and drinks and there's fireworks and it's amazing.
Does Cecilia know about this? Like, do the rest of us know about this?
Anyone who grew up anywhere near a city would absolutely know what it is. Even if you're from a small town, you likely know what this
Or
festival
from-
is.
Or from space.
Well, Aurora, you've
Oh.
spent enough time on Azaria. to
Yeah.
know what the
What took you to one?
Yeah.
What took you to one?
Anyone that isn't Glorb.
Here's the thing. Glorb may also technically. Well, you know what? Make a history check. We're gonna find out in
Oh,
real time.
God,
We're gonna
okay.
find out in real
Disadvantage.
time if you tried something.
Disadvantage.
Ginny kind of like slings an arm over the chair and goes, "Lovers Festival is the best day of the year." That's all I'm saying. Best day of the year.
I forgot she was
I rolled
Southern.
a 3.
A 3.
Oh my god.
Yeah, all the way up in the north, where you would know, the Day of Longing. Your tribe would celebrate the Day of Longing. Maybe not the Lovers Festival.
Yeah.
So we're making
Not a very loving
plans.
environment.
We're making plans to party. I'm down.
Does anyone answer Glorb's question?
Well, the answer to the question of what the Lovers Festival is so we're making plans.
I mean, didn't Ginny answer it?
Yeah, Ginny kind of answered
yeah,
it.
she
too.
answered.
She just said it's the best day of the year. She didn't elaborate.
That's it. That's all Globe's got to know.
It keeps it super vague. It's like, yeah, it's an event.
And Nev said it's a bunch of partying and drinking.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Aurora just sighs.
Yeah. Could the DM elaborate
Sure.
on the history of the Lovers Festival?
I was
Oh.
curious if any of you guys remembered what the Lovers Festival was. Okay.
Dog, I wasn't here last campaign.
I was
out of
suffering last
character.
campaign.
Out of character, I think I remember parts of it.
I kept getting punched in the face last campaign. I don't remember anything.
I
I know
kept
if I
getting
was
punched
there
in
for
the
that.
soul.
mean, I just remember playing an absolute dork. So, but
So
I think
you guys didn't get the Lovers Festival last campaign. You guys got the Day of Longing.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, we got
never
the
mind.
sad
You
day.
got the sad day.
Yeah,
we got the sad
so-
day.
We got depression
So
constantly.
for those of you who didn't play in
Yeah.
Ayabesh, Azaria has 2 moons. There's Polium and Leora, and they are known as like the Forbidden Lovers, because the moons are constantly kind of circling away from one another, and then once a year on a singular day, the 2 moons meet up and cross, and that day is known as the Lovers Festival, because it is the day that the 2 moons finally have come back together. And the day that they are the farthest apart from one another, which is like the winter solstice, which is when they are the farthest from one another, that is the Day of Longing. So the Day of Longing is a period of time where you're supposed to like grieve, kind of like acknowledge what you have, be grateful for what you have, and like you'll light lanterns, and you'll like long after the people who are no longer in your life, or like wish for people who are far away from you to come home. And on the Lovers Festival, it is the day that you actively like go visit your families, like go live and like experience those things and be very present with the people in your life that you love. And there is, without fail, in every major city, some raging good parties. It's usually like, it's a very like liberal day of celebration.
Is it a stat holiday?
It is a stat holiday.
Okay.
It is a stat holiday. Everybody takes the day off.
Okay. Alright. Cecilia will help the others give Glorb the lore of the Lovers Festival.
Yeah, like that explanation is just split up amongst all of us. The partying bit, definitely Nev.
Yeah.
With the aid of, like, Bridget kind of turns around. She's got, like, a map in her hands underneath the newspaper, and every once in a while she'll, like, tell Ginny what direction to go in. She kind of looks at it, does some quick math in her head. I mean, if we play it smart, we'll arrive at Sarnia probably about a day before the Lovers Festival. So we're likely going to be in a big city. Please let me hang out with you guys instead of Ginny.
Please let this be a normal field trip with Ginny. No way.
See, darling, with all of us. Look at the party goer.
Oh, you have Viz has seen me party. It's not pretty.
It's pretty gross.
Yeah.
I think they genuinely laugh at that. I think they actually start laughing at that.
It's pretty gross, man. But anyways, I pulled up the articles. It's the main one when I interviewed everybody. The missing people, children of Freyford. The interviews I did with the Ruby Valkyrie crew. I wrote like enough to be like a 3-potter. Obviously the Clanshire one. And that one, I don't know if they kept the name, but it was like when I talk about the places we go, and it's like Visitor's Guide, but it's my name instead of
oh my god, I love your Visitor's Guide. I have been reading your Visitor's Guide ever since we arrived into Gildmoor. It's my favorite. Shut up, Ginny. Okay. So, we did get your Freyford article. What did you say? Did you like, because when they published the Freyford article, they kind of were just like, these children are missing and people went after them, and then like a group of people went in and like were able to find the missing children, and like the monster was like a Wendigo.
I mean, it was pretty much that. I mean, I had a part about Nithine or Anti-Nithine. I even forgot which one was which. And
Nithine's the okay one. Antinithine's the weird one.
Antinithine. We got. I wrote a thing about the bodies were buried outside. I think that's.
Bridget and Ginny kind of share a look, and then Ginny kind of shrugs her shoulders, and Bridget kind of shakes her head, and then she goes, "Yeah, there was no mention of Nithine in the article."
Huh? Okay, but that was like a big part of this fucking creature. Like, yeah, I think I still have the photos. I pull out the horrible photo of me carrying a Wendigo head that's just like dripping this green ick.
Bridget flinches. Ginny goes, "Ha, that's awesome. I love.
Isn't it? Yeah.
That's so cool."
I'm not surprised that they took it out. The reasons could be different, though.
Yeah, because they're a bunch of sensitive little assholes, that's what.
And the idea of causing a hysteria. And
It does seem like public knowledge could be dangerous.
It is, but also, I don't want to get too conspiracy theory. But is there any chance that perhaps very intellectual people who are maybe studying this and looking into it maybe didn't want it getting out?
Well, they did take away all of Sketch's research on Antinothene. That I know much for sure.
And the Brass Wrench did that, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah, is there a possibility that the Brass Wrench have a vested interest in...
Do you remember who wrote that
None of this?
article?
The Freyford article?
Like, it was still under Viz,
Yeah,
right?
it
Or
was
did they
it
change?
was under Viz's name. Jenny and I keep an eye out,
Okay.
and we look for Viz's articles in the papers.
Did they have any? Well, actually, we wouldn't know this. I just thought of this now. I don't think if they published a paper on like the main assassination thing, we wouldn't have access to that paper because we were on the boat. So we wouldn't know if that was published and what they changed with that unless we go and say, "Hey, I want a paper from like months ago."
Do me a favor,
wonder-
Viz. Go ahead and make a just make a general intelligence check for me. This would be like just to see if you can recall things that are like said at work.
Uh-oh.
I almost said I give you guidance thinking I was Marble. Jesus
That's
Christ.
You're not a burb anymore. No,
That's,
no burb.
that's not bad. That's 18.
18, that's really good. Okay, so it wasn't a high DC, but you get more information with an 18. So you know that the paper itself, the Golden Herald is the most popular paper in Gildmoor. There are competitors. You do have competitors. There's a local Umberfall paper. There's a paper that comes out of Malton. There's like a couple other little ones. But you know that the Golden Herald has an office in every major city in Ospedon and most major cities in Wyland, and that some of the papers even get sent abroad. So you know that every major city does have a printing office, and they get a I almost said PDF. They do
They get a
not
floppy
get a
disk.
PDF. They get a floppy disk.
They download it on their iPhone.
They get a letter of like the written article that's supposed to be printed. It gets like fast mailed there, and then they print out the paper, and then they release the paper on the same date. So you know that the articles are like slightly delayed. Like you wrote this article, it's the 24th of Jura. You wrote this article 2 weeks ago. It's only getting published today. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, yeah, that is
So-
pretty quick, yeah.
There is a delay, but you do know that if you wanted to find an old paper, you could go to the printing office in any one of the cities and ask for a copy that they keep in the archives.
That is true. I also work there, so I could just go
Yeah,
and be like, hey,
Flash your card, and then, you know, they'll show you the archives.
okay. What about the no, everyone, we need to talk about this thing first.
What?
So I guess, I mean, when we go to a city, I can go to one of the Golden Herald areas and see if I can find the paper for it.
Yeah, they probably
a
have
good idea.
archives.
Yeah. I'd be more than happy to help you out with that.
Now, we're gonna do a lot of reading, aren't we?
Yes. It's my
Oh.
favorite thing. Well, anything else?
If that's it, Visible then also asks, like, what about the any mention of the crew of the... Oh, well, that's gonna have to be an article. No? Because Viz gave them the notes for that when he got back to Westover. So yeah, was there anything about the crew of the Ruby Valkyrie anyway?
Bridget kind of nods and goes like, yeah, we've seen the boat taking off a couple times. The boat.
No, I
We've
meant
seen-
like the paper.
Yeah, the paper. They published the article, and then the skyship got kind of busy. I have a feeling they got a little more interest after that. It's been doing like
Good.
flights around Westover. So, Captain Amaris came to the office, and just kind of at one point was asking around for you. So, I'm sure it was all good stuff. She seemed happy.
The office, you mean, of Viz's apartment?
Vince's apartment, yeah, that's what I meant.
How'd you know I live?
Yeah, his home.
came to the home, yeah. Yeah, they stopped by.
Oh, hold on. Now I gotta add that to my journal entry.
Man. Viz just takes out a journal and starts writing.
We all take turns writing in our journal. That's so
Captain Amaris came to Viz's house.
I got visited by the changeling captain. So fun.
Yay!
There were lots of people visiting the office. Fuck me.
You can just call it my apartment. You don't have to keep calling it.
There are many people who know where you live now.
Yeah, that's kind of creepy, man.
A lot of people.
I can install a security system for you.
I mean,
I don't know if that's gonna be a security system.
Yeah,
Was one of them a rabbit
it's a fucking
folk?
sniper rifle on the ceiling.
It's a saw gun trap.
Yeah.
Oh god!
Oh, 100%. Yeah, how are you gonna keep everyone out? You can't just pepper spray them. You gotta give them a real threat.
I mean, I have a key. I mean, they have to get into the apartment complex,
Viz?
and then they
Viz.
have to break down my door.
I know how to break into your house.
What?
Viz,
What?
did you ask if rabbit folk could come to the house?
Yeah.
Yeah, light brown, like pinstripe suit kind of looking rabbit folk?
Yeah.
Yeah, you dog. She came by.
Oh.
What do you mean, you dog?
That raises an eyebrow.
Aurora blinks.
Little Ginny winks at you. She goes, yeah, she came by. She was looking for you.
How does that make him a dog?
We're just gonna insight Viz's reaction before making a comment.
Can Cecilia also insight check?
I'm going to be quite honest. Okay.
Nev is also going to insight check because this is her brother.
He's just sweating.
Aurora will be kind and not incite him because she's just more confused about the dog.
Oh my
I
God.
love that out of all of this, I have caught Evan's attention with those two words so
I
quickly.
was like, what? What does that mean?
God.
What does that mean?
I got a 17. Holy shit.
Dang.
So everybody make an insight check, but tell me who you're inciting. Are you inciting Viz or Ginny?
Viz.
Viz.
I
Okay.
think we're all doing Viz.
Viz, make a
Okay, first, it's
perception, make a
Jenny's statement is already
perception
crazy.
or a deception check.
Well, he ain't lying. He is genuinely confused.
So
Yeah.
make a perception.
Can Cecilia insight check Jenny?
Sure.
Yeah, Aurora's
I
gonna
will.
incite Ginny with the nat 20 that I just got.
Holy shit.
I am also gonna incite Ginny to find out what the fuck that means, and I got a 27.
Oh my god.
I love that we're all finding different meanings of like, what's the situation? And Glorp's like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? What is dog?
Dog. AWG.
What's a dog?
Aurora's like, why are you calling him a creature with 4 paws?
Okay, so Viz, what did you roll on your persuasion check?
Persuasion was 25.
25. Did anybody rolling against Viz get a higher insight than a 25?
I also got a nat 20, so I got a 25.
25. Viz, are you
Highest I
are
can do.
you how are you reacting to this?
I'm confused. Viz. I mean, should I say why I'm asking? Because I just thought of this now.
I would say on an insight check, unless Viz is explaining himself when he really sees.
Oh
it,
yeah, Viz
it's
will
just-
explain himself.
Okay. For those of you who rolled, then I'll just cut to Ginny real quick. For those of you who, well, everybody who rolled against Ginny, because Ginny rolled a natural one.
That's critical.
She genuinely thinks she has Viz in a got you moment. Like, she genuinely,
Oh my
like,
god!
she's like, haha, got you. Like, she genuinely is like, I know your secret. Like, she thinks she has something on him.
Waste of a nat 20.
Crazy statement, Swolf.
What do you mean, you dog?
I don't think what you think is going on.
No, that...
Looks at Ginny.
Trust me, I am well aware of the ties between people, and I can tell when something's going on. She came up to your door looking all bashful, and then she said, excuse me, is Viz here? And I said, who's asking? And she said, it's his girlfriend. And I said, girlfriend? That little boy's not gay? And she was like, no.
crazy. That's crazy.
Please tell me Viz starts laughing out loud.
Rhett is shaking and uncontrollable, like trying to control his laughter.
Nev is not controlling her laughter. Nev is like cackling.
That little boy's not gay.
Oh my god!
That's crazy.
What an amazing way to start this back up.
Ginny kind of
Incredible
like
delivery.
Bridget looks like she wishes she had a gun to her head. Bridget's like head down. Ginny goes, anyway, so I was like, okay, sure, if that's what you say. And then she was like, is he here? And then I was like, wow, are you jealous? And she was like, should I be? And I was like, you know what? Don't. It's fine. Why are you here? And then she was like, I'm just looking for my man. Also, I have something for him.
Can I
add into my journal?
Can I insight Ginny now? Like,
Yeah.
Ginny
Ginny
rolled,
like,
Ginny rolled
yeah.
a nat one. Everything
Oh,
she is saying
okay.
is like coming from her id. Like it is all.
Oh my god.
It is all just rambling out the brain exactly what she feels she encountered.
So this is like, so she, like, that's why I wanted to insight, was just like, was this actually something that happened, or is she bullshitting it just because she wants to fuck with this?
Yeah, is she making up? Is she just making
Holy
up?
shit,
Her,
this rabbit's in you, man!
happened. She's maybe like flourishing like the back and forth a little bit. She definitely is like, okay, she came to the door, said that she was Viz's girlfriend. Ginny was like, okay, yeah, sure. And she was like, no, really, I am. And then she was like, okay. And then I was like, well, he's not here right now. He's out doing journalism research stuff. I'm watching the house. And she was like, okay, well, fine, I'll come back later. And then she never came back.
Did she drop it off?
The gift?
You said she had a gift. Did she leave it?
No, she was like, I'll give it to him when I see him. I asked what it was.
Oh,
It didn't look like it was flowers or nothing like that. It was like a package in a box. So.
That's
Darling,
concerning.
your radar is way off.
Listen, I thought it was a little sus because she had a pencil behind her ear, and I went, what girl comes to her man's house with a pencil behind her ear?
Oh my
Excuse
god.
me. Excuse me. Okay, hold on.
Aurora slowly looks at Cecilia and is like, uh-oh.
Let's not get too. Okay, hold on. Let's not get too this.
Rhett, like,
Back
you know,
to the
like,
original point.
Rhett, like squeeze around over a little bit, grabs from his backpack, puts a pencil behind Cecilia's ear.
I didn't mean nothing by that, Cecilia. I just mean that, like, it doesn't work with a pantsuit. Like, it works with your cute little getup with your little hat collar and whatever. But she was in like a work clothes. She had like a fedora on and everything, and I was like, a fedora? That's a little last year. But who am I to judge what a Haragon wants to wear out of the Feywild? I should be watching.
Yeah,
the
she's
road.
my coworker.
Oh.
I was having her watch Liberto while I was gone.
That's really funny.
I never like kind of told her that we were back, so that's why I was curious.
What was her name?
Orlu.
Orlu. She like tests the name on her tongue. Orlu. I want to make sure Shex had the right person.
That's crazy. That's gonna be
crazy.
I'm
crazy.
like,
There's
almost
all of this.
certain I did. I'm speaking in Ginny's voice. Hold on. I'm almost certain.
Speaking
I
of
did.
Ginny's voice, because you're terrified of the truth.
Because I'm like, if this isn't Viz's coworker, then Viz has a stalker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe they're one and the same.
Oh,
mean, I wouldn't
yeah,
be
no. Sorry, I'm right. What am I on about? I'm right. Yeah, she
You
said.
guys start panicking.
Well, she said.
She quickly checked with her goddess.
Yeah, she checked in real quick. Yeah, she said. She was going out of town for a couple of days, so she just wanted
Oh
to say.
shit. Do we have any, oh fuck, does Vince know anyone else that can watch Liberto while he's gone?
I don't know.
Dear.
Does Viz know anybody else that can watch Sabrina while you're gone?
I mean, I don't know, maybe his next door neighbor, I guess. They're like rich. Oh,
He's
no,
just gonna do the message. She's just gonna do a
No,
message.
Bridget would have for sure thought of this first. She's Bridget.
Oh, okay.
I
Yeah,
asked
I was
your
about to say, I'm like,
I
damn.
asked your neighbor. He was. I gave him a key. I hope that's fine. The only
Which
weird thing
neighbor?
about him was the fact that he didn't have any pants when I knocked on the door. But he seemed like well manageable otherwise.
Oh,
That's normal in Umberfall. I don't know what you're talking about.
yeah, that's Norman.
Okay.
What?
Norman.
Norman's watching him. But yeah, she was like, you cutting off my story, Bridget. She was like, I'm going out for a couple days. I just want to leave this for him. And I said, are you coming back? And she said, I don't know, we'll see. So it was like a whole thing. She's going to Umberfall.
Huh.
Is she doing like? I just stopped myself from doing Ginny's voice.
It's
That's crazy.
so
I heard it.
contagious.
I heard
It's
it.
so contagious.
It's contagious. Was she maybe sent by your boss to do like some work on the drip? And that's why she didn't know if she would come back?
Maybe. Because, I mean, the drip are kind of scattered. I mean, we were in that, like, port town for a bit, and they were there. And then they were in Clanshire. They're pretty far out, I guess, but...
Yeah. And just to be clear, this is your coworker, not your girlfriend.
Yeah, we're not dating. I wouldn't be surprised if she tried to see if I had any notes there.
Oh, so maybe she
Tried
wanted
to steal
in.
a story.
Yeah.
That maniacal little bitch.
Whoa!
Whoa.
Why?
It's all friendly rivalry. Whoa, man!
Well, all
Oh,
I'm
you
saying is-
jealous, Ginny?
I'm not jealous, but do you know how good at lying you have to be to convince me you're in love with someone? I thought he was gay.
I don't.
Maybe your gaydar was just a little bit off this time.
A little bit.
It can't be more than 50%. Right?
Everyone looks up Fizz.
I don't think Fizz is gonna answer. I think he's just gonna leave her in the dark about this.
Inside
He's
check.
gonna fade into the darkness.
Inside check.
It's just so
Cecilia's sweating. Cecilia's sweating.
Inside check. 19.
I mean, he's into everybody.
Okay. Okay.
Like when we were in the port town, the one lady that we talked to about getting stuff for,
Yes.
for Nev. Oh, no one knew they slept together. All right, so
Yeah.
he was like flirting with her. This seems to be like, you know, okay with everybody.
I think the only person that guessed, because did you run into Rhett when you came back? I can't remember. It's been so long. It's been so long.
I think maybe, I don't know.
It's been so long.
Yeah, I did. I do remember that there was a conversation. I don't remember the exact conversation, but I remember there was a conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, she's not a threat then?
A threat to what?
You
What
don't
the
have a hit on her or something, right? Like, is she
No.
gonna be okay?
I'm a little upset that she bamboozled me, but I'm not, like, gonna kill her over it. I just want to make
Sounds
sure
like you're gonna kill her over
Okay,
it.
well, it's a good thing then that I didn't let her into the apartment, is what I'm saying. It was a good thing.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
Okay, all right.
I mean, she was in there before, but like,
Oh.
I don't think I left any notes. But
All right. Well.
yeah, I should be fine.
Okay. Well, Bridget picked someone else to watch your little lobster boys, so you should be fine.
All right, thank you.
All right, cool. Just wanted to update you.
Just want to date you and call you a gay boy.
Call you a little gay boy.
Listen, she's a lot of things. Subtle isn't one of them. Someone else want to drive.
Rhett's like having whiplash.
Someone else want to drive. I want to read in the back and get
Drive.
my romance novel.
I'll come drive.
All right, sick.
Does somebody want to come with me?
I can
Viz?
sit up front.
Oh, I was gonna say Viz. Viz, come with me. Viz. No, I've got character stuff I have to do. Viz, come on.
Okay.
That's
I mean, he's already kind of up there. He crawled up there to.
Yeah,
to-
he just crawls over Red and Aurora.
Cecilia helps pull you through the little window thing.
I like to think we didn't stop for this.
Well, no,
Just
Ginny-
actively
Ginny-
moving.
Ginny stops. She hands Cecilia, are you driving?
Sure.
Alright, and she hands you the reins and she goes, alright, just be like real gentle with them. These horses is skittish.
I can do that. Yep.
There's a setup of it if I've ever heard it.
I know, yeah. Sounds like that animal handling check's going to be difficult.
She kind of like hands you. Sorry, I was looking up the names of the horses.
Oh, what are they?
She points at there's two horses. There's a white one, and it's got like a black mane and like a white kind of look. It's like a little bit bigger, so you get the sense that this is probably the stallion. And she points at that one. She goes, "That one's Fortune. That's my horse." And then she points at this like light brown one with like this black mane and these like sallow eyes. It looks like it's like tired. It also looks like a mare. It's like a little smaller. And she goes, "And that one's Casket. That's Bridget's."
Okay, that makes sense.
We're gonna go in the back
Yeah.
seat. We're gonna get back. You guys have fun. Not too much fun.
Okay.
Though. She winks at you guys. She goes in the back of the car.
Okay. Cecilia just gives her a look of like, okay. And she's gonna take the reins. And after a couple minutes of just like silence, she's gonna be like, so. Wait, she's gonna turn around, she's gonna close the little divider. And try and muffle sounds. And it's gonna try and speak in code. Have you thought more about that thing we talked about?
How many days has it been since since when we got all of our trauma dumped on each other?
I think is it less than
it's
a day?
the same day.
It's the same
it's the
day.
same
yeah.
day.
You
Okay,
guys got,
same
like,
day.
Shunted. You guys got like re-time zone too because like the time zones are different. So you actually got like
That's so
Mateo, like you guys woke up from like the middle of the night, and you woke up at like 7 a.m. Mateo shunted you back, so you came back to Westover at like 5 a.m. and it's now probably like 10. It's still like the early morning of the day.
Ah, okay. You mean and then he'll like look around to see if like anyone can see him. He'll change one of his fingers. No, he'll just change his left hand to be like a tabaxi hand, and then change it back. You mean that?
Yes, that.
I
With
forgot
my, can
I forgot the
I
initial
like,
question. I'm sorry.
can I like roll to see if I can hear this conversation, or like with my passive perception of 20?
So both of you are gonna make a sleight of hand check with advantage, and then Glorb make a straight perception check.
Okay. Oh, I only got a 10.
I got a 15.
That's a 24.
You, you, from what you can gather, they're just having a conversation about like directions.
Okay.
Have you thought any more about that?
I don't know. I guess with everything that's kind of been going on, I kind of went on the back burner. But I still don't know how to feel about it, you know?
Mm-hmm. I think... Well, we're going to this library now. That would probably be the best chance to research that. And if you did want to find a remedy, that's where we would maybe find a clue for it.
I think that's right. Yeah, that's probably. Yeah, I mean, it's like the biggest library ever, right?
Yeah. I think
Well, then
so.
probably.
Well, I don't know if it's one of the biggest libraries. I don't know, but it's definitely one of the oldest. It has
Yeah,
the
they
most,
probably have something.
profound arcane knowledge. Yeah, okay. Is that... Well, you think on it more. But if that is something you would want to pursue, I'd be very happy to help you.
Viz kind of looks down at his hand again, and he'll have it like shimmer a bit with like scales on it, and then bring it back, and he's like, "Yeah, I'll think on it, and yeah, I would like some help with this because I have no idea what this is."
Of course, yeah. I don't have much research to consult now, but I've been reading my mother's spell book. There might be something there, perhaps. And we did have the other research, the initial research that we conducted. So there are potential solutions, but I'm afraid more questions than answers at this moment. But I just wanted to check that was something you are still interested in pursuing.
Oh yeah, I'm still interested in all that.
Okay, perfect. Well, what? Did anybody else hear that?
What?
That squeak?
Yeah, sorry, I thought it came from my apartment. I got really scared. I was like, what is that?
I thought that was an in-character moment at first.
Yeah.
Did anyone else hear that?
Me
It's like,
too.
what are you-
Me too. I was like,
Yeah,
oh,
I
is she
heard that.
taking the reins here? Go for it. I mean, she can DM.
Created encounter. No, okay. I completely cut off my train of thought. How are you doing?
I mean, I feel bad for everybody, but I mean, like I said before, everyone just kind of knows how I feel about what happened with Anno, and I mean, I guess it feels a little better having it a little bit off my chest.
Okay, that makes sense. That's good.
How are you doing with, I think Viz paused and goes, your thing, because he doesn't know how to, like, address it.
Oh, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Insight.
Okay.
Make a persuasion or deception.
What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do?
That's a 22.
Okay, I don't think I can hit that.
Are you fine?
Wait. We'll try. Okay, no, I failed.
On your face and in your tone of voice, are you actually fine?
Cecilia's a little uncomfortable that, like, everyone is, like, now privy to her memories of her mother dying. I think she's a little comfortable about, like, that. That was a very personal memory that she had that she only shared with, like, her father. So I think she's a little uncomfortable that, although these people are, like, her friends and her allies, like, that they witnessed that. But other than that, it revealed just a intimate, like, insight into a moment that people already knew about. Like, she doesn't keep a secret that her mother's dead. She's very, very open about it. So it didn't really, like, reveal anything about her. So, like, she is fine. But she's a little, like, oh, that's a little icky. People now know that about me. It's like, I feel like if somebody, like, walks in on you crying, and you're like, oh my god, you're kind of, like, a little embarrassed. I think, like, that's the vibe. Yeah.
Okay. While all this is happening, just for the sake of time passing, and you guys being in a car, will one of you roll a d20 for me, please? Just because I would like to prepare for this while you guys are yapping.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to.
I'll roll while no one else is going.
It
Sure.
has to be either the person driving or the person in the passenger.
Okay.
Never mind.
Do you want to do it, or do you want me to do it?
I rolled one recently. It was when we were in the desert the last time. Because I think Viz was driving the cart. Is when we had to do all those bob and weave things.
Yeah. I'll roll.
Okay.
Cool.
The excitement in Chex' voice is terrifying.
9.
9. Can you roll a d8 for me, please?
Oh lord.
4.
4. All right. Continue your conversation.
I'm good. I'm good. You know, that was an illuminating conversation afterwards with the nihilist. But
Yeah, you
I
know.
feel, yeah. Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I don't know. I feel quite good about it.
Yeah, like I was saying, I feel like I said, a weight's been lifted off a little bit. Sure, it was a little weird having everyone see it. But I mean, you know, that's God's for you, I guess. I mean, I don't blame Rhett for it. I mean, Rhett had no control over that.
Absolutely, yeah. There's, you know, as mortals, we're often just at the whims of the gods, really. Whatever they want, whatever they desire, their power. We're very much locked away from all of that, and you know, I feel. Oh, I don't quite understand Rhett's relationship with their patron, but I don't envy it.
Yeah, I thought. I mean, I didn't know about Bounty till like when Nev had that thing in the chest, but I thought he was a cool guy. But I don't know. A little weird that happened. I mean, did we hear the part that Rhett is gonna live forever now? Technically.
No.
Okay, we did not. Okay.
That was all prior to all of that happening.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I guess it's cool to be ordained, you know, but I feel like Rhett really had a choice in all that.
No, I think I feel very similarly. I'm glad he's on our side,
Oh yeah, I'd be scared of Rhett.
but I wouldn't choose that for myself.
Yeah, I feel bad for him. Don't tell Rhett I said I would be scared of him. Do not tell Rhett that.
I won't. I won't.
You got pinky promise? You pinky promise?
Pinky promise. This is a little pinky promise.
Alright, thank you.
It is very interesting, though, how involved these hallowed gods are in this whole plot.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time really hearing about them, and now it seems like they're just everywhere around us. Like that clown guy. I don't like that clown guy.
Yeah. There was a thing I had to do every time he was mentioned or something.
There was. Do you remember it? That sounds like something you should have written down in your journal.
No, I'm looking. I did write it down.
Was it?
Not my journal. I don't think he's that bad.
Yeah, I was gonna say, was it like to defend him?
I don't know if I did offend him. I had to be like neutral about him. I'd be like, oh yeah, I guess he's just there. He seemed fine.
I mean, I don't know. I don't really trust clowns. I'm not scared of clowns, but like, I don't know. When they put that makeup on and it's like a smile. Like, how do you know what they really feel? You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I see that, yeah, some element of a mask would make people uncomfortable.
Are you driving the cart, Cecilia?
I am.
Can you make a survival check for me?
Okay. 14.
14. As you've been driving the cart with the horses in the lead, the path is less of a path and more of just like a more well-trodden part of the desert sands, in the sense of there's rock underneath the feet of the cart. You get to a certain point as you're moving through like the scathing tundra, there's like bits and pieces where you're like, oh, and you kind of have to like move the horse around and the cart kind of like along the sand a little bit. And you get to a point where you kind of realize you haven't gotten turned around, but you can't quite tell if you're on the road anymore. But you're going in the right direction.
Can I make some sort of like perception check of like what's around us?
Sure, go ahead and make a perception check.
See if I can like find like
Yeah, and Viz, go ahead and make one as well.
Cool. Six.
9.
9.
Ooh.
Hold on. Yeah. Okay. You're moving through the desert, and you're kind of like really going off like of any kind of semblance of trail now. And there's like dunes all around you, and there's just nothing for miles. But you know you're going in the right direction, and you know that if you keep going in this direction, you will eventually get to your destination. But you're kind of like maybe taking a bit of the long way. And then there's a point where the horse starts to kind of like, Casket in particular, starts to get kind of skittish, and you kind of like reel it on the right path. And then you hear underneath the wheel of the carriage, thump! And you hear, ah!
What was the second noise?
Yeah, I didn't hear. I heard like
Sorry.
rustling.
Yeah, you completely cut out.
You hear a thump, and then you hear, ah!
You should
What?
run over somebody?
Oh my god.
Did we
Oh my
run
god.
over something?
Do we all hear that?
Vehicular manslaughter?
What do you do?
I am going to stop the cart and get off and check if I ran over somebody.
You jump out of the cart, you rustle over, the rest of you feel the cart come to an abrupt start, you hear the scream. And, Cecilia, you get out of the cart, and as you do, Viz, you kind of like panicking as well, you jump over the side. Around the cart, you see, like, underneath you, there's like a flash of what looks like, let me just make sure I'm getting this right. There's a flash of what looks like, gold underneath the cart. And then about 10 feet to your left, there's a flash of red. And then like 10 feet to your north of that, there's a flash of bronze. And then 10 feet to the north of that, there's a flash of green. And then there's bronze again, and green again, and blue again. It's like 11 or 12 shapes, kind of just in the ground. They kind of like pop, pop, pop. They begin to like pop up. Cecilia,
What?
you look under the cart, and there's a form kind of like slumped under the front wheel, crushed by the cart right now, and it's still currently screaming in pain. You get you see the shape of like a gold like scaled shoulder and like rags and like linen clothes and little horns that kind of come out the top of the head. Make a history
Oh
check
my
for
god.
me.
Oh my god. I just realized what happened.
Did we run over a kobold?
I just realized what fucking happened here.
This will actually be a nature check.
A nature check?
Yeah.
I rolled a natural 1.
A natural 1.
Lord.
It looks like a little dragon buried under your cart, and it's screaming in pain. And you start to see the colored shapes as well. And for a moment, you feel like you're being ambushed by little dragons.
Can I, like, help him? Can I get him out?
Get the cart off of him.
So Viz and Cecilia, because you guys are the first ones to react to this, how do you try and get this little dragon creature out from under the cart?
I think Viz will go on the cart and try to move it. Oh no, well, they're under the wheel, right?
Yeah, it's under the front wheel, the front left wheel.
Aurora, come out here!
Aurora instantly goes from being zoned out to be like, what? Excuse me. She climbs out of the cart and walks around. I'm guessing she's instantly going to see this little guy.
You don't see it because it's buried under sand at first. You just see Viz and Cecilia kind of freaking out and gesturing to the cart. But you do see shapes popping up. You see
what is
gold, bronze,
lift the cart!
silver, brass, another brass. And you see horns. And you see a shape suddenly running towards the cart. What do you do?
Seeing something running out the cart and being at the same time told lift the cart, she's gonna feel look, and then because she's closer to the cart, she's gonna go, all right, and lift the cart.
You lift the cart. Make a strength check.
We all fucking just get toppled.
God, I didn't think of that. Oh yeah.
You lifted all of our weights. You're lifting all of our weights and a cart.
Strength check or saving throw.
Athletics.
Athletics. Okay. That's a 21.
21. The rest of you in the cart are suddenly shunted to the side as you lose your balance as Aurora just strains and lifts the cart. The kobold underneath you. Kobold, I just said it. The little scaled creature underneath
Wait, we all had figured out.
And then as it gets lifted out, it goes, get me out! Please get me out of this thing! Please get me out!
Oh my god! Is the girl doing it?
From in the cart?
Sorry?
What?
Can the rest of us hear this from in the cart?
Yeah.
As you're being lifted up by
Can
me.
we get out of the cart?
You guys
I get on the other side.
Imagine, everyone
Cecilia's-
just fell to the side.
No, I'm gonna start saying to everybody, get out the other side. Get out the other side. Don't get out where Aurora is lifting it.
So you all start to jump out the sides. Ginny and Bridget follow. Aurora, you lift. Does anybody grab the kobold? You realize now as you're looking at it, it is a kobold.
Yes, I will grab it, and I will. Is he hurt? Is it hurt?
Yeah, he looks pretty hurt.
I'm going to cast Wither and Bloom.
Jesus Christ.
I also have Cure Wounds.
I was gonna say I have
so do
healing
I.
word.
Okay,
We have some healing people here.
I will then hold it to my chest and look at Viz. I have tears in my eyes. I've committed vehicular manslaughter.
It's okay. It's okay. Viz will
I'm
do
just
healing
help
word.
him.
At this
Let's
point,
go.
At this point, you see several other kobolds rushing forward. Some of them have weapons. They're scrambling. You can see that they look kind of nervous. They go, and one of them is at the head of it. It is a blue kobold. It has thick indents in its skin along the scales, where you actually realize they look like pockmarks around the kobold's dark scales. Horns and a little tuft of what looks like white hair kind of sticking out from underneath the side of the kobold. It's strange. You've never seen a kobold with hair. And it kind of rushes up and it holds out what looks like a little hunting knife. And it goes, "Stop! What? What are you doing? What are you doing to Fur? Why did you hit him?
Why did you run in front of the cart?"
Cecilia's sobbing. Cecilia is sobbing. She's crying her eyes out, and she's holding this little kobold. And she's just I'm so sorry. So sorry.
That's seven healing points. Viz's healing word is oh shit!
And Aurora's still holding the cart up. I will say.
I think. Did everyone get out so you can drop the cart now? Because he's out.
You get the kobold out from under the cart. You drop the cart and you heal the kobold. The kobold goes and like takes a deep, ragged breath, and it goes. That fucked. Then the blue kobold kind of goes, Fur, are you hurt? And he goes, I think I'm good. Oh, what happened? And you see like a couple. There's now about a dozen of what looks like these little creatures.
Oh my god.
They're all kind of like running near the cart. They're covered in sand. All of them are in like these like ragged kind of like deserty linens. They've got like hunting gear on their shoulders. Some of them have like what looks to be like helmets with what looks like claws sticking out of them, like spiked claws helmet sticking out of them. They look raggedy. They look like they've been hiding in the sand for a couple days. And they all kind of like are shaking and shivering as they look up at you. But the one at the front, the blue kobold, kind of keeps the knife, and their hand is shaking, but they do kind of like look at you all and go, "What are you doing in our sands?
Why are you burying yourselves in the sand?"
Yeah. It's a very smart survival tactic.
Oh no, the fucking A.
What do you mean?
That's an easy way to get yourself run over.
We're not in the road. The road was that way. And he points.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Is she still holding the kobold?
I'm absolutely still holding. If the kobold did not scurry out of my hands, I'm holding it like a baby.
He kind of.
I've swaddled it.
The kobold kind
and
of.
I'm rocking
blinks
him.
up at you. He blinks up at you with like these big gold eyes. Like he's a brass. He's a gold kobold, and he's like these matching like ambery gold eyes, and he like blinks up at you. You can tell looking at it, it's like a young kobold. And it's like young, probably the youngest one of all of them, and it kind of just like blinks up at you and goes, "Did you pull me out from under it?"
I did have, but yeah.
What did you say?
But yeah.
Yeah.
You can't cut out. You can't.
The kobold kind of goes, "Thank you. It was so weird under there."
Can you say weird?
Yeah. His eyes cross.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Where's the road? Could you point us in the direction of the road?
Time, like, being like what they're all doing.
Sorry?
Same with Aurora.
Well, they're all shaking, right? They're all just kind of standing
Like,
around.
are they just standing, or is there anything else I see?
Make an insight check.
Insight
Can I as well if I'm looking, or just Rhett?
Sure.
I will also, if I can.
Sure. Cecilia, on the chest of this kobold, you see a necklace that kind of leans down into a like a pendant like shape along this kobold's neck. And it is, let me just check something real quick. The pendant is a it's instead of like you at first you look at it and you think it's like two crossing daggers, and then you realize it isn't. It's a circle with a double-ended dagger, like Darth Maul's lightsaber, but like really small. And it's kind of pointed in like a V shape, almost like a boomerang shape with two crossing bits on it, like a double-ended dagger. You make a religion check for me. Rhett rolled an 18 and Glorb got a nat 20. These kobolds are
And I got a 26.
And 26. These kobolds are shaking. And they seem terrified. But the weird thing is they seem startled by you. But whatever they're afraid of is not you. And you see their eyes kind of keep darting around. They're like looking up. Some of them are kind of like shrinking in themselves a little bit.
Wow.
Yeah. We should. Oh, sorry. You keep going.
Oh, I was just gonna say, in that case, while, like, the kind of leadery guy and the one that got run over and Cecilia are interacting, how close are the other kobolds standing to us?
They're keeping back a little bit. Some of them have inched closer to make sure that the kobold Cecilia is holding, whose name was Fur, F-I-R, not F-U-R, is kind of like on the ground. Some of them have like inched closer to like make sure he's okay. But most of them are like 25, 30 feet back.
Oh, right. So, could I, like, would it be feasible for me to, like, try to casually talk to some while the others are talking?
Yeah, you could pick one out of the crowd. Which one do you want to go for?
Kind of just any.
Okay.
One of the ones that looks afraid.
Okay. One of the ones that looks the most skittish. There's actually a pair. They look like twins. Not in the sense that they're the same color, but in the sense that they look the most alike, and they look to be around the same height and age. One of them, like, is this reddish color, and the other one is, like, a deep, green. But they look like they have very similar, like, faces and, like, horn shapes, and they're kind of, like, standing right next to each other, and they're kind of, like, shivering a little bit as they look up, and you kind of walk over, and the second they see you kind of approaching them, they kind of shrink away.
Lorb will, like, put her hands up and, like, not get too close, just, like, close enough to talk. And she says, "You look concerned. Is there something we should be afraid of right now?"
Make a persuasion check for me.
Oh, boy. Okay.
While Glorb's doing... Oh, sorry. While Glorb's doing that, can I look around?
Sure, make a perception check.
I got a 9.
Oh no.
I got a 16 plus 7. Brain farting. That's 23.
23. You don't see anything.
Nev is just arguing with the head kobold about how they're, burrowing in the sand is a shit combat or, just strategy in general.
Good, because I got the same like result with my 18 insight, right? As Aurora and Glorb.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, I apologize. I brain farted. What did Glorb get?
I got a nat 20 plus 8. So 28.
For your persuasion check.
Oh, sorry, 9.
9. Okay.
Not persuasive.
They still look a little skittish, and they kind of, like, you get the sense that they are trying to speak to you, but then they falter. Like they can't even speak it, they're so scared. The leader is looking at Nev extremely unimpressed. And it's kind of like holding the knife at Nev, and then holding the knife at Cecilia, and then holding the knife at Viz, and then holding the knife back at Nev. Cecilia, what did you get on your religion check? Sorry, wow, we'll come back to you in a second. But what did you get on that religion check?
Very high. I got a 26.
A 26. You recognize, even in a mishappen shape as this one, you recognize a priest when you see one. This is this kobold that you hit is some kind of like religious kobold. You can tell just by like the drapery on that they're wearing. They have like, rather than like the leathers and the hoods, this one has like almost like a V-shaped, like V-necked like tunic, and the dagger medallion. You do recognize from like studies and reading about the Scattered Pantheon. This is a medallion of the Bronze Avenger, who is the goddess of kobolds.
Okay. I will put them down. Make sure they can stand on their feet.
Fur kind of like struggles to his feet, but he gets up.
I'm very sorry for running you over.
It's okay. I was lying in the sand.
Oh.
I'm not gonna like put out a vengeance curse on you or anything. That would be crazy.
No. That would, thank you.
These fucking guys, what are they planning? What are they planning?
Insight check.
Yeah, make
Inside check, is he lying to me?
an insight check.
11.
11. No, he's not lying. He seems to be making an inside joke.
Okay. Cecilia will, help him up and stand up, kind of wipe the tears from her face from her panic crying, and kind of gesture to the one that Nev is arguing with, and just, I'm very sorry, it was an accident. If you could just point us back in the direction of the road, we'll get out of your sands.
The blue kobold kind of like points a knife at you, looks over at Fur. The little gold kobold goes, Lynn, it was an accident. They didn't mean to hit us. And Lynn kind of like looks at you, still seems unconvinced. Rhett, what were you doing?
I was gonna, if like Glorb was gonna talk to the kobolds and Aurora was like looking around like in the general like surroundings like and everything, I was gonna check on the horses and if they're still startled and scared, and if they are, try and figure out what they're startled by, if they're startled by the kobolds or something different.
No check needed because the horses are calm. You get the sense that they were startled because they knew something was under their feet.
Okay.
The blue kobold looks back at you, Cecilia, and goes, Alright. Okay, it was an accident. For it's fine. No harm, no foul. Please don't drive over the sands again.
What are you hunting out here?
Although the kobolds kind of like look over at the blue kobold, the leader, and including Fur. And the blue kobold kind of just goes, none of your business, Goya.
Whoa, is that a slur? Did you just call me a slur?
Yeah, wait, what the fuck?
This man's been called a slur, a gay boy.
Man,
What do you just call my brother, huh?
Go ahead and make a... Fuck, why didn't even check what this be?
Intimidation?
Linguistics? Like, I guess this would be, like, history.
Okay.
I want to make a history. I'm good at those. Oh, that is a 24.
That's a 16.
16. 24. You're not sure what this means, but it sounds mean, Viz. A 24. Nev, in your passing of, like, pulling up parts, because kobolds tend to be pretty good little tinkerers, in your passing of, like, looking at books and stuff like that, of, like, journals and different things that kobolds have created, Goya is it's specifically a term used for folk who are not kobolds, who did not defend kobolds. But you don't know, like, the historical context, you just know it means, like, it's kind of like being, like, outsider.
Okay. That's not as bad as I thought it would be. Sorry, I just saw Glorb notice every slur in every language. Yeah.
Yeah, honestly.
I feel like Rhett will like try and get back on the top, but like he's gonna take the reins. He's like, why don't we all get back in and we just get on out of here? Leave these guys alone.
Cecilia will look at Fur, kneel down, and he's a little priest. I will give him a little, I don't know what to give him. I want to give him a small, like,
A shiny?
shiny. Do they like shiny things? What? Does Cecilia know what would be a good gift for a kobold?
Like crows? Like...
But does Cecilia know what would be a good gift for a little kobold?
Make a history check. Actually, for kobolds or for this kobold?
Kobold.
Okay.
17.
17. Kobolds historically are like freedom fighters. They're very like anti-establishment, as you can probably gather, or they tend to be. They're very like anything a master can do, we can do better. Like they were kind of like they rose up from like a tyrannical. They used to be ruled by like a tyrannical like dragon king, essentially. And they kind of broke away from that, and then they like reestablished themselves. This was like a long time ago. There's like a lot of like deep history around kobolds and like earning their place in society. But you know that they have a deep connection to the Bronze Avenger, who isn't just the goddess of kobolds, but also like vengeance and like karmic balance. The symbol is a double-edged dagger. So like a dagger or like anything that would kind of be like a symbol of rebellion would be a good thing to give a kobold. They also like some of them are very like tinker based, and they like being able to build things, so something like that. But you also get the sense that like people, they kind of all have different tastes, so it's kind of hard to like limit them to being like all kobolds like this.
Well, this one is like a priest of some sort.
This one is a priest of the Bronze Avenger.
I will give him a little. Does he seem to have any like paper on him? Like, does he have like maybe little books or little like anything like that?
He doesn't have much of anything. They all seem to be pretty strapped for like owning stuff.
Yeah. Then I will give him a little bit of ink and parchment. And a little quill.
He takes it and kind of gasps. Is this for me?
Yes, I feel terrible for running you over, but I see that you are a religious figure of some sort, and I know they tend to like writing things down, as do I. And so here, and I give him a little bit of that.
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
Okay. Ooh, that's good. Thank God, because the other one was a 1. 22.
22. He takes it in his hands. He looks up at you. There's like this gratefulness in his face. He looks at his leader, who's already like kind of like nodding to like get out of the road and like go back to like in the sands. And Fur turns to you one more time and just kind of looks at you and goes, "Thank you, that's very kind. Watch out for the Vashkakar."
What? What is that? Does Cecilia know what that word means?
What languages do you speak?
Celestial, Common, Elvish, and Goblin.
You do not speak this language. But he kind of like takes your hand and like leans in, and he goes, "Watch out for the faux phoenix. I have to go."
Hold on a minute.
Okay.
This is Evan out of game. Didn't we a while ago see like a phoenix or a big bird in the sky?
We saw a dragon, I think. Like, real distantly Glorb did on watch a long time ago. In a different part of the world.
We were in the desert and we saw something. Someone saw like it was probably the dragon thing.
Like Nev or Glorb saw something.
I know exactly what you're talking about. It was me on the way back from Clanshire.
And it looked like a dragon.
Yeah, because I just remember getting rabies.
Yeah. Does Cecilia like know what the faux phoenix is? Has she heard that before?
No, this doesn't ring a bell at all.
Okay. Cecilia will nod. She'll let him scurry back under the sand. And we'll get in the cart.
Yeah. As we're all heading back to the cart, I know Rhett already said he was like getting and taking the reins, but Glorb's gonna like go to the front and say, "I was going to volunteer to drive."
Sure, go ahead.
Cool. Does anyone want to sit up front with Glorb, or is she just gonna chill alone?
Aurora can sit up front.
I would say somebody always has to be
Yeah.
sitting up front because there's not enough room back there for all of you.
Yeah. The two big ladies will still take the front for a bit.
Oh, wow, it's real
Everyone's in
spacious
my
back
group.
here.
This is a double wide?
That's what I'm saying! Look at all this space, and Nev does a fucking cartwheel.
Ginny at one point when you guys were sitting back there looks over at Bridget and just in a little tone of voice that she clearly thinks is funny, but like is humming it low enough so that nobody else can catch it, goes, "Cobalt got run over by your casket." Just to the tune of Grandma got run over by a reindeer.
That's
It's fucked up, man.
crazy.
That's fucked up.
Oh, good
Nev,
God.
Nev laughs. Nev's like, ha!
And you all continue on.
Can I ask Bridget and Ginny if they've ever heard of something called the faux phoenix or the, or I'll say it out loud too, like the Vash Kakar?
Vosh Kakar. So you all hear the word Vosh Kakar. What languages do you all speak?
Oh.
Unless it's an
Celestial,
infernal.
Common,
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Druidic, Elvish, and Giant.
Common, Gith, Infernal, Sylvan.
Espanian, Common, Infernal, and Undercommon.
Same thing as Nev.
Okay. Sorry, before I go further, do any of you speak Draconic?
God damn!
Nobody speaks Draconic. It's okay.
No.
Ginny does, for some reason. I don't know why she speaks Draconic, but she does. She kind of like perks up at that and goes, Vosh Kakar. That's wild. The rough translation, did you say that he called it a faux phoenix?
Yes.
Phoenix is an interesting choice because Kakar would actually roughly translate more to demon. So, faux fire demon. Or faux bird demon? It like roughly translates to like wrong fire demon. Not really faux.
So it flies and made of fire, and it's fucked.
Yeah. My best guess it would be like a big old creature. Big old bird creature. I don't know entirely. It's kind of an interesting. Whatever it is, it must be unique to this area because I've never heard of it. I've never heard of those words strung together like that before.
And like neither of you have heard anything about it when you were like preparing for your travels through this region?
Bridget looks over at Ginny. Ginny shrugs and she goes, "No, nothing of the sort. Although, we did hear that the library would bring out the worst of the magical world. At the time, the Library of the Ancients was known to be peak of its creation. Some people believe that it used to be in Sarnia, and then mages collapsed it on purpose to keep what was in it hidden. But you can only keep so many things hidden. Eventually, they start popping out.
And that includes creatures.
Sometimes. It means we're on the right track.
Let's get back to the road though.
Good idea.
And Cecilia will just sit and read a book and calm down from almost killing somebody
All
with a
right.
cart.
Are you guys good not taking a break? Or do you want to take a quick 10?
Like in real life.
In real life.
I'm good with keep going. It's up to
I'm good
anyone else.
too.
Okay. We've got some momentum
fine.
going because it's the first session back. We'll eventually start taking breaks again, but while we're not streaming, we might as well just go for it, right?
I might step away for a little bit at some point to grab some food, but yeah, I'm good.
I will as well. Don't worry. Okay. You continue on throughout the day. You make progress. You stay on the road. And Glorb, you with your natural affinity for kind of like directions and like being in the wild, you're able to navigate this fairly smoothly. Eventually, the sun does start to set, and you can see it kind of setting in the distance. And you guys need to make a decision if you're going to continue on through the night, or if you're going to stop and camp.
In that case, I guess just so we can have this conversation in universe, Glorb will talk to the people in the cabin while she's driving and just say, "It's getting dark. Are we going to stop and make camp soon?"
Rhett will look over at Bridget. Your plans on when we would get there, did they include stops or did they include going through the night?
They include stops, but we best not dawdle, if you know what I mean.
Sorry, I did not. It broke up in the beginning. She said it did include stops
They
or
include
did not?
stops, but we best not dawdle, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
Alright. With that, you guys hop out, you begin to make camp for the evening. First day,
Use it.
ahead of schedule, thanks to Allison's roll.
Whoa.
Ooh.
And also like
I will-
managing that encounter smoothly.
I will also say, Viz's scarf has Liamon's tiny hut in it. So Viz will cast Liamon's tiny hut.
Amazing. What does your
Forgot
Lehman's tiny
about
hut
that.
look like?
Oh, it looks like something? I thought it was just a big orb. Let's see, I didn't think of that.
I think you can choose. It's an orb, but you can choose the color of it and how it looks from the outside in. Inside the hut, it's going to be like a normal temperature, but it will be, for all 9 of you, it will be a tight fit. It's only 10 by 10, so you'll be like lying in sleeping bags in like a row, essentially. But nothing can get in, and nothing can get in unless Viz gives it permission, and including weapons and like anything like that. So you guys could all sleep.
Can we see through the
And
walls?
You can see through it, yeah.
Can things outside see in?
I
don't think so, because I remember in Barovia something similar happened.
I don't think anything can. The horses do have to stay outside.
Opaque from the outside, any color you choose, but is transparent from the inside. Viz will make it a like a shiny, like green kind of thing. It looks like it's not like super shiny. It's like a very dull gem almost, but it's green.
As you guys are setting stuff up and like going through, does anybody go through the like who would be like helping set up to kind of like grab some supplies and like make things kind of work for the evening?
Aurora definitely would. Oh god,
Nev can
sorry.
help out with that too.
So Nev, Aurora, and Glor. Can all 3 of you, as you guys are like sifting through the carts, can you guys do me a favor and all of you make a perception check, please?
Oh, I'm not good at. Oh. Dice are rolling in my favor. I spoke too soon, because that's a 18.
18.
That was
19.
13 plus 7, so 20. Dirty 20.
You guys are like shifting through the carts, and then Nev and Aurora, you guys are like moving stuff through, and Glorb. And under one of the carts, you see like a lump. And you kind of like peer in to look at it a little closer, and then it turns and looks at you. And eyes open.
We have a fucking straggler.
We have a stowaway.
Was it Jeff?
No, it's not
Can't
Jeff.
be.
Jeff is chilling with Viz.
Okay.
Every once in a while, he's just going, "My name is Jeff."
I look at it, I go, get out!
You hear
As
it.
soon as I
You hear
I see the eyes open.
You hear a hissing sound.
Oh, don't get sassy with me.
Is there a fucking cat? A normal ass cat? That'd be crazy.
What do you do?
I have
Yeah,
the
what is
big.
this thing?
What does
Yeah,
this
what-
look like? Yeah, I think we all have dark vision.
I don't.
I don't.
Oh,
I
I
think
do-
we all. Just Aurora.
I do.
Aurora,
Okay, I'm the
you
only
look
one who's got
close.
dark vision.
Crazy assumption, Soul.
You look close at this thing, and you see that it's kind of backed up into the wall. It's a scrappy, scrawny little thing, like a creature you'd expect to find like lurking in a sewer rather than like out in a desert. It has short fur that's like really patchy and uneven. It's like a mottled mix of like brown, gray, and black, as if it like can't decide on a single color. It has a crooked tail, clearly broken at some point, healed badly, one ear torn nearly in half, and there's like
Oh my
a
God.
pale scar cutting across its muzzle with like giving like a lopsided kind of like lift in its upper jaw, and the eyes are like this ambery yellow that like gleam, and it kind of like sticks a paw out towards you, these like dark, grimy little paws, with like these bent whiskers as they twitch. And it kind of just. It's a cat.
Oh, it is a cat.
Okay, Aurora instantly seeing this, and the cat lover in me is dying right now because I'm like, ah, kitty. She stops and just kind of looks at the cat, kind of tilts her head, and goes. She looks at Glorb specifically, the druid. It's a cat.
Can I, like, inside or, like, take a... Is this a normal cat? Can I try to
Is this a
look at it?
normal cat? Okay.
I don't trust you!
Okay.
I don't either.
So fair. Make a nature
yeah.
check.
All three of
Okay.
us are just Glorb.
You can all make a nature check.
Okay.
19.
Nev has the big animal control gloves.
Oh wow, I think that's probably the best roll I could ever get. That was a 19 plus 3. That's 22.
22?
Nev's gonna swipe her goggles down and be like, okay, and like go in with her big Mickey Mouse gloves.
Did you...
Aurora's instantly gonna stop her.
What did you all roll?
19.
19,
22.
22, and what'd you roll?
This is nature, right?
Yeah, nature.
21.
21. It's a cat.
Okay. Then I definitely
cat.
am gonna go in with my big thing.
Aurora's just gonna stop her, like, hang on.
You go in with these gloves?
Unless Aurora stops me.
I do.
How do you stop her?
Aurora just grabs her by the scruff, right by the back of her shirt.
Hey, I've got the fucking cat here.
What do you guys do?
Apparently, we might have picked up a stowaway when we were going through the sewers earlier. Aurora's gonna just like kind of look at Glora for a moment, and then look at the cat, and she's probably got like some jerky in her pouch or something, or I don't know, like some kind of like a little bit of meat.
Right.
And she's just gonna kind of like take just a little bit and like set it close to the cap, but not so close that she'll like get swatted by it, and just kind of like pull her hand back.
Make an animal handling check.
Oh no. Oh, wow. 22.
22. You leave the little bits of food. The cat kind of like slinks forward. You see its eyes kind of like narrow in on you. As you get a closer look at this cat too, it's definitely... It smells like you can catch a smell coming off it, and you expect the cat to smell bad because it's a cat that looks like this. But you don't expect like the smell of like mildew and like damp straw, like it's been sitting there forever. And it kind of like moves, it stretches out this like wiry frame as though it's been curled up forever, and it kind of just like inches towards you, looks at you, blinks, and kind of just goes like makes that noise where it's not sure about you. And then like leans in and snatches the food and kind of like retreats a little bit.
Can I just kind of Aurora just kind of looks at it and goes, perhaps we should just leave it alone for the moment. We may have taken it from its home, so
That's true.
best we make sure that it stays all right. Just
We will have to feed it or it will die. So,
indeed.
should we?
Might as well. Look at it.
Yes, it's clearly been through some hard times. And we're just kind of just looking at it, just like not studying or anything. It's a cat, but she's kind of looking at it, just complete curiosity of like, kitty. And she's just like, her ears just kind of flick.
The cat, bored now, looks at you guys, kind of like slinks away, jumps down, and like darts out from behind the storage space. The rest of you now see the cat as it like walks out, stretches in the sand, sticks its like paws out. You see the claws kind of extend, these like long hooked claws as it kind of just like stretches, flicks its tail, kind of just like curiously looks towards the bubble.
We have a stowaway.
I feel like Rhett and the like would tilt his head at the same time the cat tilts his head. You like make a little like sound.
Make an animal handling check.
Okay. Let me grab it. Okay.
It's Bonnie.
It's Bonnie. That was an 18, so that's a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. You make a little pss, pss, pss sound.
Mhm.
Kind of tilts his head curiously. You hear like a little like. And it kind of just slowly slinks over to you, looks you up and down. You see its
He
like
just holds
broken
out a-
tail kind of like flick.
He just holds out a hand. He doesn't like let it like he doesn't like go to pet it. He just holds out a little hand.
What side is your gun on? Do you hold it out with your dominant hand?
Yeah, or his hand. Like he would hold out his dominant.
I know you're not like
hand.
pointing the gun at it. I mean, like you're holding out your dominant hand.
Yeah.
Feeling
Okay.
lucky, cat.
So your gun
Definitely
will be hoisted on that side then. So as you kind of stretch out your hand, the cat kind of like leans into it, almost like it'll let you pet it for a second. And then it kind of pulls back, looks at the gun and goes, makes like a loud hissing noise. And then turns and darts away, back into the caravan.
Aurora's just gonna like look from the where the cat disappeared to Rhett.
Rhett will look at his gun. Does it do anything, or
No.
is it just normal?
Are you like, you're just looking at the gun?
Yeah, I just like took a glance. Like, did my gun do anything? Like it normally does whenever I don't want it to do something.
Nope, doesn't do anything.
Okay. Maybe the cat senses it. Cats have good sense.
Oh, sorry. I have some string. Can I try to play with the cat with the string? I was looking through my inventory and I just says string.
The cat did dart away, so make a perception check to see if you can beat its stealth.
Damn.
That's cocked.
Oh shit. These dice are doing me well. 19.
19. The cat is gone.
What?
You don't know where the cat went. You look around. You follow it into the cart where you just saw it a second ago. It's not there.
We don't see any tracks or anything in the sand.
You see tracks in the sand. They go up into the cart. You start looking around the cart again, and you don't see the cat.
Damn. Damn, that fucker's good at hiding.
He's just imagine you were just looking through the cart and he's just on the ceiling.
Just like ran
We'll never.
on the ceiling.
We'll wait for him to never come back.
Lauren would like to find Bridget.
Okay. Sorry, I wasn't expecting that. Holy shit. I'm like, alright.
No, okay.
We were all so entranced by the cat.
The cart, right?
Sorry?
Her and Ginny are the ones that packed the cart, right? Like they loaded all this
Oh,
stuff.
yeah, they packed the cart.
Okay, so she's gonna say, like, Bridget, right?
Yeah, that's me. Glorb.
There's a cat in your cart. Do you know anything about that?
Cat? No shit, eh? No. poor thing. Must have been a straggler picked up from the sewers. Lots of stray cats in Westover.
Okay.
Is it cute? She kind of looks hopeful at you.
A little scraggly. I don't know your definition of cute.
What's your definition of cute?
It's cute enough.
She seems just like a little put off by you for a second. She's like, okay, cool. I don't know whose cat that. I don't know whose cat that is. Sorry.
That's fine. Glorb will leave.
Anyway, we should keep setting up camp.
Bridget looks a little confused by you, Glorb.
Shocker.
Just a little. Just like a little like, okay, that was fucking weird. And she kind of like moves on with her day. Sorry, who was speaking right now? Oh boy, everything just paused.
Camp.
Oh, sorry, I got some lag spike there. What? Who said what?
I said, we should get back to setting up camp.
Oh yeah, you go about setting up camp. Everything's fine. Are you guys choosing to take watch for the evening, or are you choosing to just sleep now that you have the safety of Leomin's tiny hut?
I'd say we could probably take watches.
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt to take watches.
Yeah.
Also, keep an eye on that cat.
Keep an eye on that cat.
Okay.
Aurora will probably leave a little food and water just in the where she last saw the cat. Leave a little food and water out for it.
Okay.
You've put a cat in the campaign, of course I'm going to go cat mom.
That's fair. No, you're fine. You put up food and water for the cat. In terms of watches, how do you guys want to split them up? And do you want to include Bridget and Ginny in the rotation?
Take a watch.
I'll take a watch.
Okay.
I'll take like the third or last watch or something.
Okay.
I'll also take one.
Okay. Perfect. That's 4. You all take turns taking watches through the night. The desert is quiet. It's hot. There's literally nothing around. Very few people. You don't see anybody pass through the night. At some point you see like what you think is maybe small movement, maybe prairie dogs in the horizon, or like some kind of like small desert creatures kind of walking back and forth. And then Rhett, in the middle of your watch, you do see the cat again. The cat kind of like jumps up onto the top of the carriage, kind of like stretches and like lazily rolls out on top of the carriage, and kind of just sits. But other than that, your watch is uneventful. And
Could
Hmm?
Oh, never mind.
No, go
I was gonna say I was gonna try a bit. Could Rhett, like when he sees the cat, try and do the little spliss again, but instead can he like look back at like his bag and maybe like put his gun like closer to his bag so that way the gun's away?
do you step out of the Leomin's tiny hut to do this? Because the cat currently
Just
can't
can't-
see you.
Oh yeah, that's right. Sure.
Cool. Okay, so you leave the gun at your bag. You kind of like step out. You do like the sound of
Yeah.
the cat.
Yeah, and he's gonna be like right in front of it. It's not like he's gonna go like all the way to him, but he's gonna just step right out of the hut.
Sure. Make an animal handling check.
Okay, let's try it again. That's a 17.
17.
So, 19 in total.
You out for the cat, and it kind of like tilts its little head towards you. Makes that little.
He's gonna like point towards the food a little too that Aurora put out.
You point towards the food, and as you point towards it, you realize the bowl's empty.
Oh shit, never mind.
The cat kind of like jumps down a little bit, starts to slink its way towards you, looks up at you. You're holding out your hand for it.
Yeah, he's just gonna hold out his hand and allow it to come up.
It kind of like brushes against your hand, and as it does brush against your hand, you see that it has a collar around its neck.
He's gonna give the cat a little like scritches to figure out where he likes to be scritched, and then when he gets comfortable, he's gonna like try and like turn the little collar around. That's
Sorry.
crazy.
Just chuckling at that.
I mean, it's kind of funny. It is. I feel like this is a very red cat, coated cat. It's brown like him.
It kind of like brushes against you. You kind of like peer down, look at the collar. It tentatively lets you scratch it behind the ear. And as you do, it tilts its head up and you get a glimpse of the collar. And there's nothing on the collar. No address, no name, no like place to like bring the cat, no like if lost, please return to. But on the collar of the front where there's a name, you just see it's like a really, really like worn leather collar. It's really thin. It's not all sturdy. It's got like a belt buckle kind of like on it. One of those like old school cat collars. And around the tag, just like it looks like it's been like stamped into the engraving, is the name Wubba.
Wubba?
Wubba.
Wubba? I gotta write that down. I didn't expect the name. Wubba? Wubba?
Like, okay.
Like Bubba with a W. Oh my god.
I love that.
Whoa, blah, 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 blah.
Rhett's gonna like say, he's like, Wubba?
It kind of like turns and looks at you and like tilts its head. Makes a little chirping noise.
Is that your name? Wubba?
And it like tilts its head.
He's gonna keep giving his screeches.
You hear like a deep like purring sound as it kind of like brushes against your leg.
Mm-hmm.
And as quickly as it brushes against your leg, it is gone. It jumps away from you, jumps back up onto the cart, and disappears inside.
He does a little wave. Alright, then he goes back in. He's got a little smile on his face. He's like, yeah, I got the cat.
Can you make a perception check for me, Rhett?
Okay. That is a 15, so it's a 17.
17. As you're getting back into the thing, it's like a really small thing. But as you get back into Lehman's like tiny hut, you realize that it's the second or third time you've seen it in just an hour. And so you're starting to be like, what the hell? And it's that everybody is dead stock still and like sleeping. And you see like Ginny like really tossing and turning. Like she keeps flipping one way and then like flipping the other way. And then she'll kind of twitch really hard and then she'll turn the other way again. A small thing, but you notice it as you're kind of coming back in. You're like, oh, she's still doing that. It's weird.
Trying to think if I should do anything about that.
Question. Oh, sorry.
No, you can keep going.
Okay. There's because since I only do like a
You only do gay?
trance.
Oh,
What? What?
I heard. You
but
only do
Jenny
gay
doesn't say anything
trance.
about Aurora. This is the little gay boy. Okay. Okay.
I was going to say that because I only just have to do like a 4-hour trance or anything. Like, do I notice this as well, or are we just going to say this is happening while I'm in my trance?
Well, you can 4-hour trance. So like when it's your turn to watch, because I think you did get a watch. You like Rhett can kind of like point it out to you, and if he wants to, and you can start to notice it as well. It's not subtle. It is happening like enough that like anybody taking watch would notice that like Ginny tosses and turns more than anybody else does.
Aurora will definitely take notice if she's awake and Rhett points it out to her.
Yeah, if she's awake, Rhett will like kind of like you see that.
Aurora will definitely like look at Jenny and kind of like staying quiet, but give Red a look of like, should we do something?
Rhett does a big shrug. He's like, I don't know. Does he know that she's been like tossing and turning the whole time, like most of the night?
No, you would notice it during your watch.
Notice during my watch. Rhett will like Rhett will like kind of like tiptoe. He'll do a little tiptoe action. And he's gonna like make sure he stays as clear as possible from her fists, from anything that could hurt him.
You read my mind.
Anything that could poke him, stick him, stab him, punch him, bruise him.
Wallop him.
Yep. He will use his tail though to kind of like what he's gonna do. He's gonna like kind of like try and use his tail to wake her up, but like he's gonna do it on the like the opposite end. So like if she tries to like go on that end to like punch something, he'll be away from it.
He does it on the side Nev's on.
Oh no, he's not that evil. Well. No, he's not that evil. I don't know where she is though, so if she does punch someone next to her, I can't control that.
Well, she and Bridget are on the end.
She's gonna punch Bridget. Well, he's gonna still do it anyway in the hopes that like at least we'll like maybe get her out of it and wake her up so that way she gets out of whatever she's in.
Right. So what do you do? Oh, getting like...
I'm gonna try and wake her up. I'm trying.
Right. Okay. Whoa, I'm like cutting in and out. I can tell because it's just my mic going right now.
Oh, hello?
Yeah,
Oh, no.
sorry. I just like super cut in and out.
No worries.
Sorry.
I was just gonna...
tap her and wake her up, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna tap her and wake her, but I'm gonna try and do it in an angle to where like if attacking is involved, I'm trying my best to avoid it.
Right. You walk over, you just like tap her, and it takes a minute. Like you tap her once and like nothing happens. She's kind of still like deep in sleep. And do you tap her harder?
As long as it's at a specific angle.
I actually kind of had an idea. Are there any like feathers around?
You're in a desert.
Rhett will be Rhett will like see that like you know questioning on her face, and he's gonna like bring up his hands like finger like wave no. No. You could say Rhett is normally like pretty like a bit of a prankster, but
Oh no, Aurora wasn't thinking of her prank.
What was it?
She was going to use her telekinetic ability to just use a feather to kind of like tickle Ginny's face a little, not to like make her hit anything, just enough to kind of like just get her to stir.
I think that's...
Yo, this is so weird. Let me just jump out real quick. And jump back in.
Gotta reset it.
Yeah, I'm just sorry, I just reset it. There's something weird going on where it's like cutting in and out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh!
Cecilia
True.
Has
so you tap her. Sorry, I missed kind of what was going on. So it was like, you tap her,
yeah.
Nothing happens. Can you make an insight check for me?
Yeah. That is also a 17. That's a 12 plus 5.
Ginny's frowning. Like, you can see, like, the bottom of her lips kind of turned into, like, almost a frown, which is weird. She doesn't do that. She has a smirk and a smile. And that's kind of how her face works. Like, you've never seen it turn up, like turn down like this before. And I'm once again losing everybody. Whoa, this is crazy.
Yeah.
You were perfectly fine. I guess she's losing us, though she's not responding.
Sorry.
Oh.
I'm back at green. This is so weird. I don't actually know what's happening. I feel like it might be the snowstorm outside.
Could probably be it.
That could be it.
Yeah.
The quills, I'm trying to think of how, like, I guess I think would me poking harder with my tail be able to work, or does that seem like I have to like go up to her?
You could poke her harder.
You know,
Aurora's
You know-
tail does have a little fluffy end to it.
hey, you do you. I'm not stopping. I won't stop you for that one. I was thinking he'll try and figure out a blind spot, but like maybe he'll put more like a hand like gently but still firmly like on like an arm or shoulder just to like see. He's gonna like brace himself because he's like, I think I'm gonna get hit, but you know what? I don't like seeing her in a nightmare.
Aurora will be at the ready to pull him to safety.
No, it's like, oh god.
Yeah, Aurora sees what's about to happen. Is like, uh-oh.
So he'll actually go with more of a hand on like her arm and her arm or shoulder to try and wake her up to be more. Its intention is to be more of a reassuring rather than a sharp poke. Because he thought about it, he's like, I wouldn't want to get woken up with a sharp poke,
Right.
you know. So he's gonna try and like, you know, firmly, but yeah, not like, you know, junt her like awake.
You give her like a little, like a firm, like almost like shake on the shoulder. And she sits up really quickly that time that you do, and she kind of pulls a hand across her chest and grabs at her shoulder. And she turns and goes, "What is there? Where is there do I need my sword? What's going on?"
Are you okay? He's gonna keep his hand on her like shoulder.
Ugh. She turns and looks at you, and you see like disorientation. Really strange.
He's gonna quickly like grab from like his bag, maybe like a water flask or water skin, and he's gonna like give it to her. You okay, darling? You're tossing and turning a lot.
Oh. She kind of like takes the water flask, and the second she like the water touches her lips, you can see her eyes clear a little bit, and she kind of just looks around, hands you back the water flask, and goes, "Yeah, I'm fine. That was strange. What do you mean I was tossing and turning?"
Insight.
Oh, I was gonna say yeah. I was gonna insight. Yeah.
Both of you make an insight check.
I'm gonna specifically go with the insight of like, does she know like what was actually happening, like to her? Like, does she remember her dream or something, and she's just trying to hide it?
Yeah, go for it. She rolled a natural.
That was a 13 for me. What?
That is the second natural one that Ginny has rolled this session.
Oh, so my 13 actually did okay.
Ginny's yeah, you know, my 4 + 5 does great.
Okay.
It's genuine disorientation. You get the sense that she has no idea that anything was unusual.
Interesting. Okay. He was like squat before, like squatting down to her, but he'll like kind of like shift and like sit down. You were tossing about in your sleep. You don't remember why?
No, that happens sometimes. Is Bridget up? She like turns and looks over at her cousin, who's like still deep in sleep. Kind of goes, "Yeah, she's woken me up before. I do that sometimes. It's nothing. It's just restless nights."
Do you know why?
Why? I mean, why does anybody not sleep right? I guess it's just genetics, maybe. A life well lived, perhaps. Like, you can slowly see as time is going on, like the easy smirk and the smile is kind of coming back.
And Rhett is like, I feel like would be familiar with like, you know, having nightmares, I think, like in general. Does he kind of get a vibe that it's just kind of similar like that, like where it's just like a weird nightmare, or does he get a sense that this is different?
You get that this is different in the sense of when you roll, like when she rolled that natural one. The genuine disorientation. This is not the face of somebody who like has a nightmare and is trying to like forget that they have the nightmare. If she was having a nightmare, she doesn't remember it.
I will say, even though that you say that it happens often, that didn't seem normal, your reaction.
What, tossing and turning? Darling.
No, the tossing and turning is fine when you're having a nightmare. Your reaction when you woke up is not.
What did I do? Did you just
You were
woke
very
me up?
You were very well. That's fair. You woke up and but you were extremely disorientated, and the fact that you don't remember is a little weird, especially the way you were turning.
It's fine. I mean, I'll let Bridget know in the morning. Maybe she keeps a record of this kind of stuff. It bugs her, but it's fine. I mean, I'm fine. I feel strong. I feel like I'm good.
Alright, well. As long as you're okay. Just wanted to make sure you weren't stuck in a nightmare.
Oh, I appreciate it. I wish I had more answers for you, truly, but no. Whatever this is, it's just what I do, I guess. Some people remember their nightmares. Some people live to forget them. That's why I'm so optimistic and charming.
Fair then.
It's easy if you don't have bad things to remember. Can I go back to sleep now? I need 8 hours of beauty rest.
That's crazy. Yes, you may.
Alrighty. Good night.
Good
Hopefully
night.
I don't toss and turn again. And she's out, like, the second her head hits the pillow, she's, like, basically back to sleep.
She's just snoring.
Yeah.
Or just watches.
I've never understood how people can just fall asleep like that.
Well, you are an elf.
That is true. I do not require sleep in that sense. That
Mm-hmm.
was a bit odd, though.
He's gonna, like, kind of, like, when she says, like, that's a bit odd, she's gonna, like, Leslie, I mean, he's gonna, like, kind of, like, tiptoe back away, so that way he's not, like, talking about Ginny right behind her, even though she's sleeping. Yeah, that was a little weird. Especially if I was going to say maybe it was just dehydration, but the fact that it's documented is very weird.
Indeed. I can understand and sympathize with not remembering. But that is interesting that her cousin keeps track of that. I wonder why.
Could I think of, like, if I had to think real, like, hard about any magical effects, like, that could trigger something like that, would I be able to come up with something?
Maybe.
Especially with I'm more so leading to the magical effect because of the fact that a wizard, even though I know it's her cousin, a wizard keeping track of it feels like something must be magical then if you're keeping track of it.
Make an Arcana check.
Okay. Investigation mode. That is math. That is a lot of math. That is a 16, but it's a 16 plus 6. 22.
22. It's odd. You're like, there's a lot, like, when you think about it, it could be fucking anything. Really. Like, there's lots of, it could be, like, memory magic. It could be magic that affects, like, the way she casts spells. Like, there could be something going on with her god. There could be something going on with her oath. There could be something going on with just her in general. Like, maybe she has had an issue since she was a little kid. Like, this could be any number of things. But the idea that her cousin documents it clearly makes it concerning enough to Bridget to keep an eye on it.
Okay. Hey, if it's a big reason, then we'll find out later then, I guess.
I guess so.
Well, I'm going the fuck to bed.
Alright.
So, with that, the sun rises, it's a new day, and all of you slowly get to your feet. You enjoy the nice temperature of Lehman's tiny hut being like a normal temperature, and then before you know it, the dome is down, and it's hot as balls again, and you're in the desert once again.
Let's go put his hood up.
You
don't like this.
It's still sunny, but the wind is stronger today. And you can sense that there's a little bit of unease amongst the horses, and you wonder if maybe a sandstorm is on the way.
Just for like little housekeeping stuff. In the morning before they leave, could Cecilia, as a ritual, cast Find Familiar?
Yeah, sure. With that, Reginald is back. He kind of skitters around you.
Okay. And I'm just gonna, because it's in case of a sandstorm, I'm gonna put him in my pocket. I got like a little front pocket in my little skirt. I'm gonna put him in there. He can poke his head out and stuff, but just to make sure he's nearby. And I would also like to cast Mage Armor on myself.
Sure. You're able to do that, no problem. Cecilia, while you're casting spells, you see Bridget doing something similar. I mean, it's not surprising, she's a wizard. She's kind of casting something from her spellbook, reciting something to herself. And then, out of the corner of your eye, you see Ginny kind of walk over, just lean in and whisper something in her ear. And her cousin kind of turns and looks at her. You see her eyebrows kind of furrow together, and she nods. And then she, rather than finishing the incantation, and only you would notice this because you're a wizard, rather than finishing her incantation, you see her take out a pen, flip a page, write something down, and then flip it back and start the incantation over.
Oh. Interesting. Do I know what the incantation of the spell was?
Make an Arcana check.
Oh, that's really good. 26.
26. It is a modification of the Identify spell.
Oh. What is she casting it on?
Ginny.
And what is the modification that it can be cast on a person and not an object?
Yes.
I'm willing to use a watching. Okay, can I like make some sort of check?
You got a good roll.
Can I make some sort of check where watching Bridget do that? Could I modify that spell for myself and then cast it on Ginny?
Do you have?
And I'm willing to I have Identify.
You have Identify.
I have it as a ritual, but I'm willing to cast it as a spell slot. Because also, the ritual takes 10 minutes, and I don't want her to know I'm doing it.
I would say that you as a wizard know that in order to get access to a new kind of magic that has not been used before, you would need to see her spellbook. You would need to know what exactly, what mathematical arcane equation she used to be able to modify the spell in that way. After she's finished casting that spell, she holds out a hand and touches Ginny's shoulder, tilts her head to kind of look her up and down. Ginny kind of stares at her. You can see that she's kind of nervous. Then Bridget pulls her hand away, she almost flinches. She kind of pulls her hand away. She leans in, she whispers something to her. Bridget closes her spellbook, puts it on her belt, and then the two of them get into the cart.
Can I do an insight check on Bridget?
What do you look
to be because Ginny looked nervous. Does Bridget looks like she understands what is happening? What she's looking for?
Make an insight check.
And does that make her nervous?
Yeah, make an insight check. You'll roll against Bridget's deception.
Okay. I rolled a 19.
19. Bridget is afraid.
Okay. I've known these people for a long time. I've known Bridget for a while. So I'm going to sit next to her in the carriage during the day. I also, if other people have stuff they want to do, I don't mind pausing and we can return to this. I don't want to take all the time, but
Nah, you keep going unless someone else has got something.
Everyone's like, nah, bitch, get the tea.
Nah, get the tea. I want this tea.
Okay. I'm going to sit next to Bridget. I'm gonna very casually have my spell book open. Or have my mother's spell book open. And just very casually, I am going to look at, just kind of like look at Bridget out of the corner of my eye and be like, that was an interesting spell.
Was that a gulp? I know that was you drinking water, but it was just a gulp.
It was so comedic. It was so like campy.
Yeah, okay, let's say she makes it or she's drinking water. She kind of like spills a little bit. She goes, I haven't casted any spells today.
That's a lie. I saw you.
Are you just saying this out loud in the cart around everyone else?
A little quiet, but I'm saying it out loud.
All of you kind of turn
Like-
as you can hear her, like, except whoever's driving today, which we'll get to in a second, I guess. All of you just hear
Like,
this
I think-
conversation.
Quietly and like, kind of playfully. Like, that's a lie.
Can Rhett specifically overhear?
You can all hear this. The cart
I know
is
we
not
can
quiet
all
enough.
hear it, but like, okay, so like even if we're doing our normal activities, we could still just overhear it.
Oh,
or
yeah.
I was gonna more so ask if they get quieter. I wanted to try it over here.
I'm gonna say, if you choose to listen to this conversation, you totally can, because it's
Okay.
you guys are in a 10 by 5 cart.
Okay.
You could see Ginny kind of like tense her shoulders. Bridget kind of like looks at Cecilia and goes, it's just a precaution.
How'd you do it?
The identify spell? Cecilia.
How'd you change it?
Effort and time.
Mhm.
I swapped the abjuration rune with the divination one. Yeah, she genuinely does not know what to make of this conversation. It took a minute. I got there. It's useful.
Show me.
Show you.
Could you show me how you did it?
It would take a minute and like lots of paper to do it, and we're going through
Paper?
We're going through the desert, so
Exactly. We have nothing but time.
you know, I haven't trademarked this one yet, so I'm kind of hoping to just keep it to myself for now.
Okay. That's the only reason, of course. Don't want anyone snooping. And I lean a little closer and I just kind of smile.
Make an intimidation check.
I'm trying to be playful,
This
but
is a threat.
I can feel like this is playful intimidation. It's just like I feel intimidated. I know she's messing around, but like still terrifying nonetheless.
No, there's no like ill intent. This is genuinely like this is an academic looking at another academic, being like, "So what's your paper on? Can you tell me about it? Can you tell me about it?
Wizard peer pressure. Wizard peer pressure.
Okay. I did not roll well. I only rolled an 8 plus. Oh, but I have a +3 to intimidation. That's 11. But I'm going to use saving face.
Oh my god!
Which
you're
means I
wasting
get
a
to add
saving
an.
face on this.
I have other things
yes.
I can use. This is for a ability check your saving throw. So I get to add a +5 because +5 of my allies are within 10 feet of me. Within 30 feet of me.
Yeah, that's true.
So that is a 16.
Bridget looks super nervous. And she kind of just, like, straightens her shoulders. You see her, like, grab at the back of her hair. Ginny is now pointedly looking at the floor. And you've never heard Ginny so quiet. It's startling. And she kind of just, tilts her head down and goes, I can show you sometime, Cecilia, but not right now, if that's alright. How about after the library? When we're done.
After the library?
Yes. Once the library's done, I'll give you my whole spellbook.
Cecilia's just gonna stare at Bridget.
That's suspicious.
And her eyes are gonna move to Ginny for just a little bit. She's gonna linger there for a minute and just go, alright. And she's gonna go back to reading. But, like, with that intent of, like, we've clocked you kind of, like, thing.
Oh, she's aware.
Like, make it very clear that, like, oh, I see what's going on here.
You clock her. Ginny and Bridget are quiet for the rest of the day.
Could I just make a simple move?
What would you like to
Very
do?
simple move. It's just a very simple move. It would just be towards Cecilia. He'll like as he's like I feel like I don't know if we were all sitting like just chilling there or if we were like kind of in the midst of like okay, put that there, we're settling down kind of thing too. I'm imagining the settling down thing. Rhett will kind of like give Cecilia a look of like in a like look of like recognition kind of thing. Hoping she'll get it after that encounter.
I think so. I think maybe like before she goes back to reading, like her and Brett make eye contact, being like, "Yeah,
I see that. We see that. We see that.
we see that. We see that.
We know stuff. We know stuff.
Eyes are open."
That's it.
All right.
And just for also not anything related, but for like not bookkeeping, but like bookkeeping of like Cecilia's reading her mother's spellbook today, just for Shelby to know.
You're reading your mother's spellbook.
Yes.
Remind me what.
But we don't need to solve that now. But just let you know, all day she's reading that.
What was the last thing you got in your spellbook?
It was
Secret Book Club.
Yes.
Secret Book Club.
Secret Book Club. It was enlarge reduce.
You got enlarge reduce. Okay.
And if there's like any more information about her mother's like friend in it.
Yeah, which friend? Are you talking about Annalise? Annalise Covington?
I don't remember. There was just mention of a friend in there, and I didn't have any notes on that. I just wrote old friend.
Okay.
So I was like, who is that?
After reading it, you realize that you haven't opened the book in a bit. You had gotten the spell for Illusory Script, Tensor's Floating Disc, and Enlarge Reduce. So you have access to those spells. You've been able to add them to your spellbook. Mm-hmm. You realize as you're flipping through that more spells are now available to you. Because your mother's knowledge is your knowledge now. You guys are level 6, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. At level 5 of reading your mother's spellbook, if you were to spend your time traveling, copying these scrolls, learning you don't need the paper to do it. That's the nice part about having your mother's book, but you need to study them. If you spend your day in the cart reading your mother's spellbook, by the end of your time on this trip, because it'll take 5 days total-ish to do it, by the time you arrive to Sarnia, you will have access to Rope Trick, Gaseous Form, and Counterspell.
Is the counterspell different than the one I already know?
You already know Counterspell?
I do.
I'll come up with a different
I'm sorry, you think I made a wizard and I didn't pick counterspell?
Do you have Dispel Magic?
That was our whole bit with the fire.
Yeah, I
That's
do not have dispel magic.
Then I probably meant to write Dispel Magic. So you'll have Dispel Magic instead.
Okay. Okay.
Then
I will. Then while like we're just in the cart not doing anything, Cecilia will spend that 5 days doing those things.
Alright. The rest of you, who is manning the cart today? Or is there something anyone is there anything anybody wants to do?
Keep driving if no one else particularly wants to.
Yeah. Aurora will just sit up front since she feels bad that she's taken up a lot of space.
Okay. One of the two of you need to roll a d20 for me.
You want me to do it, or you want to do it?
I'll do it. That's fine.
Okay. Actually,
12.
Okay.
What were you saying, Swole?
No, I was just gonna do have like a little bit, unless you're gonna say something.
No, do what you want to do. I got the 12. I have it in the back of my mind. Stella, you need to roll a d8 for me as well.
The two awkward gals up front.
Okay. Six.
6. Okay. What were you doing, Aurora?
So Aurora's sitting up front with Glorb, just kind of like, I'm assuming Glorb's the one steering the reins, and Aurora's just kind of looking around.
I'm sorry for startling you when we first met back in the village. I know that was a little abrupt.
Oh, it's fine.
I know that you were sort of thrust into our chaos of our little group, but it's nice to have you to help.
Lord looks just a little surprised for a moment, kind of. And then just says, "It's fine. Thank you." She's clearly suddenly, more awkward than she was.
Aurora, blinks.
Sorry, I'm trying to be better at talking to people. I can be quiet if you want.
It's fine.
The two awkward gals.
Blurb isn't used to positive social interactions. She doesn't take praise well.
Not used to positive social interactions? Look slowly to Nev.
That wasn't targeted at Nev.
But still.
Aurora just kind of nods.
About what we all saw,
She looks at Glorb again.
your loss. I cannot claim to understand fully what happened, but I am sorry.
Glorb is looking straight forward at the road. And she says, I'm sorry for yours.
Aurora's ears kind of droop, and she kind of looks down.
It was a surprise. I did not have any memory of that. To see it was good and bad.
Glorb is gonna be like, let that trail off for like long enough that it kinda seems like she's not gonna say anything. And then says, do you want to find her?
Aurora, like, instantly looks up and goes,
Of course.
Kind of nods once and says, good.
"Can I inside that?"
Sure!
Okay, I'll remind you guys that an insight check only reveals facial expressions or hints of emotion. So you can insight check it, but it's probably gonna be exactly the way Glorb said it. Good, as in like, you should. You're a mom, you know.
Oh, okay. Well, I got
it's also getting the intention of that good.
Yeah,
the intention is like Aurora's like, yeah.
I feel like sometimes we use
so that
insight
is
checks
going
as,
to be
like, searches into the soul, and I'm like, hold on, you know. What did you roll?
Now you know how I felt with Curse of Strahd. That was 26.
26.
Oh god. Right, so 20. There is clearly like some deeper thoughts that she is pointedly not expressing. You know, it's like there's something going on more than just the like general approval of good mother behavior.
Okay.
I think, you know, Glorb's not like a super visually emotive person, so I don't know if I should like say anything more with that.
Funny because Aurora's not very emotional showing either. Aurora just kind of looks at her curiously, and her ears just kind of twitch. And she looks like she wants to say something else for a moment, but then she just decides to just stay quiet and leave it alone for now. She's like, okay, I've had my social encounter for the day. I'm good.
Okay. In that case then, while you guys are in the cart and you're moving along, Glorb, you're driving. There's a point in time where you realize that there's something on the road ahead of you.
Oh boy.
The wind is starting to pick up a little bit. There's something on the road in front of you. It looks like sheets of metal and wood kind of arranged in front of you.
Like directly in the road flat, like we're gonna drive over? Or
Yeah.
like
Yeah, like sheets of metal on the road that you would drive over if you continued on the way you were going.
okay,
It's about
I would like
70
to
feet away-ish, so you still have some distance from it. That's why you kind of can't make out, but you definitely see something on the road ahead of you.
Okay. Say have the distance and then kind of like slow us down and see if I can get a closer look before we're actually in danger of going over.
Sure. So you bring the cart to a slow. The horses kind of like whine a little bit, but they let you stop them. And you look ahead and you peer ahead and you realize, make a perception check for me.
Okay.
Could I as well since I'm up front with her, or no?
8. I rolled real poorly.
8. Aurora, you can make one as well.
Okay.
Or you can give Glorb advantage.
Wow. Well, I did just do my roll, and that was significantly higher. You said perception?
Yeah.
That was math. 26.
26. You look ahead, and you have never seen this before. So I'm gonna describe it to you the way you would describe it to a person who's never seen this before. It is planks of wood, an equal distance apart from one another, and then on the sides there are these indented sheets of metal where the wood pieces are connected, and they seem to go back in like a pattern, but here they are they come to like a jagged stop. The cart comes to a stop. The rest of you, by the way, feel the cart come to a stop. You guys are still about 60 feet away. The thing that gets you, Aurora, is you're like, that's odd, because there's like these wooden planks lined up in equal distance apart from one another, like.
Do these look like a piece of railroad track?
I was just about to say that. Are we about to cross a railroad track?
You see where these jagged spikes kind of end, and then you see bodies.
Oh no.
There's a body lying on the track. There's blood splattered across the metal and the wood and the sand. Or what looks like blood. You're still kind of far away, it's hard to tell. Then you see another body about 20 feet from that one. And another body 20 feet from that one. And they have like something in their hands. Like what looks like a mallet in their hands. One of them is face down, one of them is on the side. The cart comes to a stop. The rest of you feel a stop. What do you guys in the cart do?
I think
Look out.
Rhett would like go to like open like the little front like hatch, being like, everything okay?
Aurora, very like slowly, just like in the sense of she's just trying to describe as best she can. Well, basically reiterate the exact description that you gave, Shex. But she's like very unnerved seeing this.
Its eyes widen kind of a little bit. Is he like able to like look to the side and see it from the side from the cart?
No, because the bodies of the horses would kind of be covering your view right now.
Okay.
You describe to your friends what you see.
Mm-hmm.
Nev and Viz, can you both make a history check for me?
Oh dear.
History, you said?
Mm-hmm.
21.
Where's my history? 23.
21, 23. The bodies part, freaky. The metal and the wood reminds you a little bit of the tracks laid out on the bullet train.
Oh.
And then you hear this description, and Viz and Nev, you both have this realization. Viz, more particularly, because he lives in Westover, and he writes for the paper. There has been a deal in the works for years to extend the bullet train from Westover to Sarnia, and from Sarnia to Umberfall, and make the bullet train a triangle. And so that people can get through the other side of the desert, and it opens up a wave to another city. And there's been all kinds of like conflicts, and like difficulties making it happen, because this tundra is like huge, and it's dangerous. And this kind of sounds like it could be like one of these construction sites, or like maybe the tail end of one.
Is there a way, from what we can see up front, would there be a way to just like, I guess, check the sands for kobolds and then just like drive off the road to avoid the tracks?
Yeah, you can check to see if there are kobolds. You get the sense that that was bad luck. Like, there isn't just kobolds in the sand everywhere.
Yeah.
Like, that was probably just bad luck. But you totally can.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of a joke, but just like, generally check for anything, but like, can
see
we
if
go
we can do a
off road
detour
to avoid these?
Yeah, could you like avoid the tracks?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could try and avoid the tracks. They are leading in the general direction of where you're going, though. So you'll have to either like make an effort to like run parallel to them completely, or like go around them a little bit and then like kind of still head in that direction. Because they're like straight ahead of you. Like, that you have to go west to get to Sarnia, and this is west.
I just don't want to cross them. That feels like a bad idea. So long as we don't touch or interact.
Yeah. Aurora and Glor, both of you make medicine checks. Because you have the
Medicine?
you have the best view of the bodies from here.
Medicine. 14.
14.
22.
22? Holy shit.
I don't know what is up with my dice tonight.
Oh my god, 22.
Now Lincoln's trying to steal
Aurora,
my food.
these are fresh bodies. You're like looking at it, and you're going, there's 3 bodies, fresh blood. You can see because it's red, it hasn't dried up in the heat yet. Which means whatever you also kind of like look over and you see it's slashes. It's done intentionally. So you can see that there's a slash across the chest, there's a slash, like what looks to be like a slash in the back, and then a slash in the side. And the bodies have just been left there with the blood. They don't look like they've been disturbed. They don't look like they've been rifled through, and they don't look like they've been looted. So they're just, this was very, very recent, and they didn't take anything. It was just an act of murder.
Judging, so going off that roll, or I don't know if I might have to get closer to another roll. Can I gauge, based on the way the bodies are laying and the injuries sustained, if this was done by a humanoid, like with weapons, or if this was done by a creature?
Because these beings are wearing thick coveralls, you would have to look at the wound to determine that. You can tell that this wasn't the 22 medicine from this distance. You can determine that it likely wasn't a massive animal ripping through them for food. There's something weird about
there was something deliberate.
Yeah, it
This
feels deliberate. Yeah.
Can I fly? If Aurora gives us all that information, does she?
Oh yeah. Aurora definitely will do that.
I will say Nev will then fly onto the roof of the wagon. Is going to cast fairy fire on that area.
Okay.
To see if there's anything like invisible nearby.
Make
because again,
survival check for me as you're flying up there, and then and tell me what the result of that roll is.
You said survival check, right?
Yes.
15.
15. For starters, the fairy fire doesn't register on anything. So whatever's here is no longer here. You do see tracks.
Tracks?
Yeah.
Do they look human?
They do look human. And they look...
Where are they going?
They are going, like northwest. They're going like
northwest.
You're going west. They're going like northwest. They like walked off the path, but you can see the tracks are like loosely still headed along with like the trail of the railway.
Okay. And does it look like one set of tracks or multiple?
Multiple. What did you roll again?
Ooh. I rolled a 15.
15.
That's for survival.
In the range of like 3 and 7 people. It's kind of hard to gauge because the footprints are kind of overlapping at some points.
Yeah.
So there's multiple people, but you don't know how many.
And so it looks like wherever they are, they've already left.
Yeah.
Based off that roll, would Ned be able to tell how fresh the tracks are?
Well, can I fly over and see? If they're gone, I wanted to make sure they were gone first.
They're gone. You can determine that whoever killed these people are gone.
Okay. I'm gonna fly over to the bodies then to see, because this seems random.
Does anybody else join Nev?
Aurora, feeling bad after what happened in the tunnels, is going to get off the cart and carefully approach with her.
Okay.
I was.
Go ahead.
No, you go. You go.
No, you go. You go.
Nev does have her gun with her though.
I was gonna say maybe Rhett will hop out and like join them.
Thorpe's gonna stay at the reins in case we need to make a speedy escape.
So valid.
Viz like tries to like fly up with Nev, but then remembers he can't fly, and he's like he'll stay in the cart, a little sad.
Oh. I think. Could Red notice that?
Yeah, I mean, you can notice
He's
it
like
in this moment.
You know what? Fair. I just want to make a note of it just because of what Rhett knows from Bounty, telling him a bunch of tea. And kinda that he knows about the changeling thing, but no one knows that he knows. And we can just kind of like look over at Viz. Are you okay?
Yeah, just
You still wanna? Do you wanna come along? We can walk through.
I'll stay here. You know, don't want to leave this thing abandoned. You know, what if they're still around and they just jump us and take our cot?
All right. I'm gonna walk away.
Actually, I will say, originally I said I think that I was gonna like have the distance and still stay relatively far away. So if Nev and the others are like go in and inspect the corpses close up, I will like bring the cart a bit closer so that I'm not like crazy far away from them.
That's totally fair. I think Bridget and Ginny will just gently follow you guys. They're not saying much because they got fucking read for filth the other day. A couple hours ago. So they won't say anything, but they're there. So if you need them to do anything, they're at your disposal.
Okay. Waddle, waddle, waddle.
Waddle, waddle, waddle.
What are you guys doing?
The bodies.
Yeah, Aurora's definitely just going to be like full like radar mode, just looking everywhere, ears listening. She's just like, she's not on edge, but she's definitely like looking around and looking at these bodies.
That's fair. Mirabelle, are you with them?
I think Mirabelle would probably choose to stay back by the cart just in case this is some sort of trap meant to lure us away from it.
That's fair. Can you make a, this for you? What the fuck would this be for you? But something about this would catch your attention. We'll say wisdom. Can you just make a wisdom check for me?
Just a straight wisdom check?
Yeah, straight wisdom. No, straight intelligence, please.
Intelligence, okay. 13.
13. You, of all people, being an assassin yourself, recognize the deliberacy of this. And you know that it's one thing to kill people, it's another thing to not take anything on them and then leave after you kill them. To you, this doesn't read as like an issue with the people that were killed. To you, this reads more as a message being sent. And you know that because the Allery Syndicate was very deliberate with this kind of messaging.
I would imagine Mirabelle has probably been responsible for some of those messages over the years.
What happens when we head over there?
You head over. You see that there are 3 bodies. There is a half-elven woman with like a short, like, shaggy haircut and like these like rounded broken glasses that have kind of like hit the ground. She has in her hand what looks like a mallet in one hand and is kind of like sprawled with like her chin propped up on like the metal rail. So you can see that like there's like a little trickle of blood pouring from like her lip. Is Cecilia fucking reading in the cart?
Crazy. She's got to study. You told her to study 5 days straight.
Crap.
It's like it's a fucking Nev situation where she had to build the guns for.
She takes her homework very seriously.
That is true, yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. And the other is what looks to be like a half orc. And he's kind of like, similarly, he's got like a belt full of tools lying on the ground. His head's kind of like looking up at the sky, and you can see the look of like fear on his face. Which gives you an indication of how quick he was killed.
Ooh.
And then the last one is what looks to be just like a human man. His head's kind of in the dirt. He was the one that was face down. And he has a hand on his stomach, even though you can see clearly that he's bleeding heavily from his back. So he was likely stabbed from behind.
Can I make investigation checks on all of them to loot them?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Rhett will like look at Nev.
What? Free resource. You gotta get your resources where you can.
Can I insight like that these are just construction workers or something?
Oh,
Or like do I get insight like are they just normal people?
they're in blue coveralls, which Viz isn't there, but Nev, you recognize them as the bullet train workers. They're like employees. They like build tracks and fix tracks.
And that's why Nev's looting them, because they probably got some stuff. They building stuff on them.
Make an
You don't
investigation check.
have building stuff?
You see.
I'm talking.
Ginny and Bridget are a little uncomfortable. They're kind of just like not looking, but they'll let you. Go ahead, make your investigation check.
Look, we're gonna move the bodies off the tracks because, you know, if we don't, they're gonna get run over.
Wasn't this a construction area? Like
Yeah.
they won't have the train running here?
There's no train. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no train. Yeah, there's no train running here. They were building the track.
I don't think a train will run over them anytime soon.
Oh, that's good. 24.
24. You find a set of tinker's tools. You find a set
Okay.
of mason's tools. You find a set of cobbler's tools.
Mm-hmm.
And you find a locket on the half-orc man with a female orc and two little girls who look kind of similar to her around his neck. And you see a you kind of like look, and the half-elven woman has a tattoo that goes like up her arm of what looks like a huge like dog. You're like, oh, she got a tattoo of her dog. Up her arm, and then the human man has what looks to be several bottles of alcohol on him.
I think Nev will leave all the stuff, take one of the bottles of alcohol, but everything else she leaves.
Can Aurora just? I know that we've already established that this was clearly humanoids. Can Aurora just kind of like look around again, just to kind of like? Well, I guess we've already figured out in the general sense of where they're going. Never mind. Yeah, no, I don't think I need to. Yeah. Aurora's just gonna kind of look at them, and go,
Why kill three Why kill 3 construction workers of the bullet train?
Probably as a protest. Definitely not a peaceful one, though.
Can I do another check just to like see like to gauge now like how exactly these people were killed? Like do these look like it was done by blades, or like how were they killed?
Oh yeah, go ahead and make a like fucking mortuary check. Make an investigation check.
Mortuary's assistant. Investigation.
Yeah. Nev takes a swig of the bottle and then
What
pours
is
one
with
out.
these dice right now? That is a 22.
You can see, based on the puncture wound in the human's back, that was a knife, and you can see that it went straight through the ribs. So it looks to be some kind of dagger. The half-elven woman has a burn on her shoulder where it looks like she was maybe hit with something magical, just by the preciseness of where she was hit and the fact that the wound is still hot. But she also has a slash, like, across her middle. And the half-orc man has a wound on his side that looks like it was a slashing wound up, and you can see along the flesh there are bolts. There's scarring that looks like an electrical burn where the slash mark was made.
Okay. Going off of that, and this might be a bit of a stretch, do these attacks seem at all familiar to Aurora, just in the sense of the enemies that they've faced over the past couple weeks? Like, knowing now about the Gallery Syndicate, or at least having a general sense of them.
It could be trained assassins, but these were also civilians. It could have just been the average group of mercenaries paid off to do something vile. It's kind of hard to tell.
Okay.
Is there any, like, way that they're posed? Like, I know you said the human was, like, in the face, like, down, like, his face down in, like certain poses, but, like
if there's...
are they, like, put in a specific way, or did they just, like, their bodies just dropped and they were left there?
They look like they were quickly killed, and they could have left before their bodies even hit the floor. They look like they were sliced, hit the ground, and then that was that. They didn't give them another thought.
They had one mission. To make a scene.
No doubt those in charge of the expansion of the bullet train would probably want to find out why it's taking so long, and then come across this.
Bridget tentatively takes a step forward, looks down at one of the bodies. Is there anything you guys feel like you need to understand from this?
What are you suggesting?
I mean, I don't think it's a secret within this group that I'm a necromancer.
Mm-hmm. Want to speak to them?
If you find it necessary, I can. If you find it necessary to preserve my spells, I can do that as well.
I think the longer we linger around here...
The fact that they're just civilians, and it feels like they were just killed while they were walking, doesn't feel like they were malicious to them, but I feel like they know something. Maybe we can get a gander of what they might look like, so we can keep an eye out.
It doesn't seem just like a random attack.
Mm-hmm. It's not one where they went out to kill these people because they hated these people. They just did it because they could. I would say, if you have it, maybe we can ask them and try and figure out if they knew them, or if there's any appearance so that we can go off of.
If that's what you wish. Sure. She kind of leans down, rolls up her sleeves, and, like, drops the shawl around her face. You can see her kind of, like, push her hands out as she begins to, like, warm up her fingers. You'll get 5 questions. Which one would you like?
The orc was face up.
The orc was face up.
And he didn't look like he'd been stabbed in the back, right?
No, he was hit in the side.
But he had
Okay.
but he had like a fearful expression.
Yeah.
Like he was killed the moment he like
We
realized.
might try. Let's try the half elf. Because the human guy seemed like he was stabbed in the back, and the orc was killed really quickly.
The elf might know more.
Aurora nods.
All right. I'll begin the incantation. Tell me what you want to ask. And she pulls, like, she slides her middle finger down the palm of her hand, turns her hand sideways, and then pulls. And you can see a small golden thread begin to, like, stretch between her fingers. And she takes it and she spins it towards what looks to be like the half-elf. And it wraps around the half-elf's neck, and then just gently lifts her chin up. And Bridget gently pulls it in. You hear her, like, muttering something. And the half-elf gets to, like, a half-sitting position. And you hear her mutter an incantation. And the half-elf takes in this deep, gasping breath, eyes opening up. Like a very deep, electric blue.
Rhett, like, kind of, like... He's not, like... You know, the dead bodies is, like, you know, it's not, like, something that's, like, disturbing him. But seeing that, hearing that deep breath, it kind of creeps him up a little bit. And kind of, like... flinches in a way, but it's not like, you know, oh, he's upset by the magic. It's just the way the body was brought back was just like,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Nev, I think, doesn't move much, but she was at first directly staring at the body, and then now just is kind of looking past it.
Aurora, like, she's still looking at the body, but there's definitely this, like, sadness in her gaze.
What did they look like?
Bridget turns. What did your killers look like? She kind of takes a breath and goes, there were 5. A mage. 2 assassins. 2 of something in between. Their faces. I couldn't see. But they wore the same thing. Gray robes. Rusty swords. Mercenaries. Bridget kind of turns her head. Question number 2.
Does someone else want to go?
Aurora pauses for a moment.
What were they working on out here?
The bullet train. The connection from Sarnia to Westover. Authorized by the Tome of Gold. We reported to 1. Give me a second, let me just make sure I get this name right. Should have had this open. Ira Smallbend.
Say that one more time so I can write that down.
Authorized by Ira Smallbend.
Mercenary group, rusty swords.
Golden Tome. If we're ready for the third question, I think I have one.
We got 5 questions, so yeah.
Yeah.
You go.
Golden tome, right?
Tome of Gold.
Tome of Gold.
Tome of Gold. Thank you.
I think you're going to ask your third question. Right?
Oh, okay. Is there any reason that your affiliation with the construction of the bullet train be a reason for you being killed?
People don't like it. People think it's going to bring worse people, things, concepts back to Westover. Hang on. Sarnia has a bad reputation. People worry what a connection from Sarnia to Umberfall will mean. They worry more about the connection to Westover.
Classic gentrification scares. Ooh. Ugh.
Gray cloaks, rusty weapons,
A mage, 2 assassins, and something in between.
So that's something in between.
Yeah.
Couldn't see the faces. Grey robes, rusty swords.
Like, both Swolf and technically Aurora, I'm curious to know what the in between means. Like fighters, maybe? Or monks? Like something in between a mage and an assassin?
I honestly don't know what other questions we would ask, so if you wanted to ask that. Because if like they led off with like a different description than grey robes and rusty swords, I would have been, well, they all had grey robes?
They all had grey robes and they all had rusty weapons.
Can I make a idea? Like the rusty weapons kind of makes me think like the mercenaries, but when I think of grey robes, do I think of like anything in particular, like a certain organization?
You don't think of any organization in particular, but it rules out the Allery Syndicate because they wear red.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, I think Aurora will look at Bridget and say, or ask.
You said two assassins, a mage, and 2 who are something in between. Were you able to see who or what they were?
They got Leto. Lightning danced along the blade. Slashed him right through. I think he burned before he died. It came from the sword.
It could be an artificer.
That's what I was thinking.
The woman, she seems to be like racking her brain trying to recall. She can tell you guys are trying to be helpful. So she's willing to answer your questions. After a moment, she kind of goes, I could smell blood everywhere. Before they even hit us, there was so much blood.
Before they even...
Wait, before they hit?
Whoa! Or were they blood hunters? I don't know if Aurora could make that connection, but that might be a little...
2 of something in between, but then the sword...
Something in between an assassin and a mage.
Because blood hunters...
We have one more question.
Yeah. Aurora's taken 2, so she doesn't want to hog.
I have no idea what to ask.
Yeah, it sounds like blood hunter, right? We know they went northwest. We're heading west.
Ginny,
And
who's standing off to the side, kind of goes, I wonder if we're going to run into any more of them. I mean, this can't be the only part of the track that they're working on, right? What if this is just stop 1?
Oh, shit.
By that northwest location, does that lead to more tracks? Because they didn't go along the tracks, that's the thing.
You're not sure where the
Did
tracks
they?
go. As far as your eye can
But
see,
it-
they
but
go
it's not
west,
along
but
the
they've
track.
bent. They're not like, it's not like a straight line either. They're being built the best they can around the terrain. So they don't follow the tracks directly. They cut off and go around. But they do go in the direction where the tracks eventually, like, it's not an offshoot. You just can't tell how far down the line it goes.
I think I have a final question. It probably won't give us much, but
I was gonna think about the question that was mentioned in the chat, like the other groups working on tracks.
oh
Was that the
yeah.
question, or what was your question?
I was just gonna ask if like they heard their killers say anything, but I do think that's a better question.
Okay, let's go with that.
Yeah, it seemed like they were killed pretty quick, so they probably wouldn't have. Would just been a quick one and done.
Are there other groups working on the tracks? Like yourself?
We were the only ones out this far. But there's always a crew at the station.
Station.
It's about
Like the train station?
It's about 2 kilometers west. My boss, Marcos. He's leading the crew. And at that, the final breath kind of exits her lungs, and she goes slack. And Bridget holds out a hand quickly and like tightens on the string so she doesn't collapse like horribly onto the floor, and gently like lays her to rest, pulls the string back into her hands, kind of like closes it tight, and then sticks her hands into her pockets.
What do we do?
I don't know, but that's always gruesome. Sorry.
No, you're fine. We got a lot of information too.
We are headed west,
Yeah,
and
that's
that
what I'm
station is west.
We can stop to at least warn them.
Should
Unless
we?
they've already gotten there.
They went northwest, so unless they're circling them,
Should we bring the bodies, or at least?
we have no room.
Well, we can't just leave them. Unless we do, or try to give them a proper
can grab-
burial.
Burial with the sand might not be, especially in the sandstorm, might not be easy. Why don't we get them off the tracks, maybe grab some blankets and put over them maybe, and try and tuck them underneath them.
That's probably the best thing to do right now.
Let's do that.
Yep.
Alright.
You just grab like a old tarp or something.
You grab an old tarp, you pull them off the side of the road, cover them in it. As you're all kind of like climbing back in, reconvening over what you just saw, what are you doing now?
Getting my
Business-
gun ready.
If this is in the front seat, Aurora won't take it, and she'll just grab the first available.
Oh, he'd move back once Aurora gets there.
Okay.
I guess my question for you guys is, are you moving with urgency?
Yeah.
As everyone returns to the group, Glorb will ask, are we avoiding whatever did this, or are we trying to find them?
There is a good chance we could meet up with them.
We're not exactly aiming to find them, we're more so going to be aiming to find those people and who they work for and warn them. If we find the people who did this, then we find them, but tracks say
Should
that
I-
they're going a different direction.
Should I hurry?
Let's try and hurry.
Let's pick up the pace.
Yes.
Okay, I will hurry with the horses, whatever that entails.
Make an animal handling check for me.
Okay. Handling. 10.
10.
Oh boy.
Poof, you kick off. The horses go a brisk pace. They don't go like crazy fast, but they go a brisk pace.
There's just a little more pep to the step.
It is a storm, though, too.
Yeah, true.
But you move briefly. You're thundering along like next to the tracks to try and like follow the tracks. Not the tracks of
Is that
the
what?
not the tracks, the footprints. I mean like the train tracks.
Oh, because that's west. That's the west direction, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The tracks run parallel to the sort of road that's there. It's kind of a big road, remember, because it's not really a road, but it's what they use to get to and from Sarnia. You move on, you thunder along. As you're moving, Glorb, in the distance, you go for like 10-15 minutes, and your horses move at a brisker pace than walking on foot. As you kind of like move and move and move, and you're moving forward, in the distance, you see that the tracks kind of like tilt downwards into like what looks like a little valley. And then in that little valley, you can see a really haphazard wooden structure next to the side of the train tracks. And you kind of peer at it. And you get a good vantage point because you're kind of up on like a top of a dune, and the tracks kind of like move downward onto like a small descent. You're about like 100 feet out. And from 100 feet out, you see, because your passive perception is pretty high, you see a couple shapes just on the roof of the train tracks, like building. And you kind of look, and you pick up two people. And you're kind of peering closer, and the horses are moving. You're peering close, the horses are moving. And right as you're like, it's a person, you hear this explosion sound. And the front of the train tracks building lights up in flame.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh.
And then you hear shouting. And that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
Son of a lucky circle.
We're not in
That's
Kansas
a good
anymore.
That's a good cliffhanger. That was such a good ending. Oh my god, I was so excited.
I hope we can save them. I hope we can save some of them.
I hope so too. Yeah.
I hope so too, yeah. I mean, I think it's gonna be a fight. I think it's gonna be a fight/save mission.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shootout time, baby!
Yes.
I'm just gonna
Oh my
play
god,
Wild
this
West.
is like an old West. He has like an old Wild West shootout, literally.
I'm so
This
excited.
is so giving like an old cowboy movie.
He's
Those
ready
train
for this.
tracks
He's got
exploding.
spurs.
Hell yeah!
and you go bang with your finger guns.
Yeah.
I forget. Does Viz have a gun?
Yeah, Viz has a
Yes.
gun. He's
Okay.
only used it a handful of times.
Yeah. I mean, I technically have Branding Smite, and I've never used it, so I'm like, I should probably use that.
Cecilia
We-
also
yeah, we-
technically has a gun.
Which is so funny, because she's never used it.
Never used it. So if somebody
Why do I
needs
get
one,
the
let me
feeling it's
know.
like? Why do I imagine it's like it's shiny and it's got like a pearl handle,
Pearl
it's just
handle,
like all
absolutely.
pretty and just
It's
like
a pearl. It's a pearl handle. It's like a pretty gun, and then when you shoot it, it just shoots out a magic wand.
It's actually a bedazzled studded gun.
It's actually the opposite of Neb's gun.
it's
is.
like Cecilia just always polishes it, keeps it nice and pretty, and it's got like a little plush velvet box that it sits in.
Yeah, just to remind y'all what Nev's fucking disaster of a gun looks like.
And yet,
Oh, I remember.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, guys. This was a fucking great first session back. This was really
This is
fun.
awesome.
Hell yeah.
You guys are really killing it. I fucking adored the way Evan read the newspaper. I was so excited.
was
about it.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I just loved it. I just thought it was great. I was so happy. I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna do this. I decided as
That
you were
newspaper
reading
is
it.
so good.
Thanks. I literally decided as he was reading it, I'm like, I'm gonna do one of these every time you guys go to the newspaper stand. I'm gonna have one ready, so that you can grab
Oh my
a
God.
paper.
Not gonna lie, I am now slightly tempted to alter how I've been doing the Barticulgent data and switch it to like a newspaper.
That'd be
Nice.
insane.
That'd be
Crazy.
Oh my god, I won't know how. I don't know if I'll be good at it, but I will try my best.
Oh, that'd be
I can
insane.
give
Don't
you
push
the
yourself.
Canva template that I've been using because it's
We
been,
could.
like,
You could also always do it like as normal, and then if you want to like transfer into a newspaper thing, you can.
Oh, it's so good to be back as Nev. I have a place to unleash all
I
my
didn't-
chaos.
I didn't realize how much I missed Aurora.
I know.
I forgot how savage Cecilia was.
Yeah.
Savage Cecilia's.
That was a crazy read,
How
dog.
gay Viz is, apparently.
That was I thought he was gay, a little gay boy.
Oh my
That's fucked
god,
up.
that was like okay. Evan, I'm gonna be real with you for a second. I don't think I've ever heard you laugh like out of surprise before.
That took me out of left field, especially the part where, because I thought the most surprising bit was like, oh, it's your little girlfriend, you dog, and I was like, what is Shex doing? What is
Oh my
this? I don't know what this is.
Sounded
He's a little gay boy.
Oh my god, I think that was the best part of the whole session.
That was amazing.
I'm gonna need the recording of that
I have it. Don't
as soon
you
as
worry.
possible. Wonderful.
Oh my
It was
god.
one of those things where
I-
I was like, oh yeah, like I was like, she would have come to the door, A, to like make sure someone was checking on the lobster, but like B, because like I have this plan for where she's going next, and I was like, well, if Ginny answered the door, like she'd be like, who are you? Like, like you know what I mean? So
That'd be
there was
yeah.
so much to do for it. Like it worked out so well, and I was like, and then I kind of just went, she totally thinks Viz is gay. Like
Yeah.
she's got a read on all of you in her own head, and she's not
Oh,
necessarily.
now I
right.
need to
Oh
know.
my God.
I
And
would love
Viz
to know
has
her read
been
on
dismantled in front of her.
Nev.
Oh
Yeah.
boy.
She is.
You know
she's
what? I just
Paladin
realized.
Aphrodite.
I just realized. I think I know why she thinks he's gay. You know, she wasn't there for like the whole like him going like with that like person like on the like ship or anything. She was the one who interrogated him and asked him about a crush.
That's right. She
No wonder.
said
No
something
wonder.
about
She
maybe-
put you in a zone of truth, and then you
Yeah.
just started
Oh
spilling.
yeah, I forgot
Oh,
about
I
that.
forgot about that.
then there was another bit. I remember her saying this vividly. she said something along the lines is like, oh, you know, maybe we could have boned. It's like, but I know you have a thing for Rhett, and then she left.
Right, yeah.
God, she's such a bitch.
You guys want to hear the little things I wrote for
Yeah.
the quests?
Yes.
So-
I will really
I-
I'm going to end the recording so that I can start uploading it.
Oh, you're still recording.
Oh,
Yeah, that's fine.
This is super fun, guys. Thanks for playing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for running.
Thank
thank
you
you.
for being
Yeah.
nice. We'll see you next time.
Yeah.